Hello. Hello, good morning. Good morning, hello. 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 Hello, Tugsnug. Hello, King Europe. Hello, Zequid Sauce. Hello, Sludgeworm. Hello, AWOL. Hello, Plant Danny. Hello. 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 Thank you. Here we are. It's a Tuesday morning. Doing card readings. I almost put it in politics. I almost put the category in politics. Because then we'd get the real weirdos. Then we get the real angry people. I want to change hearts and minds, chat. I want to reach people. I want to get beat up verbally online by angry people. You're angry? Woo! It's a roller coaster. It's a dang party. Don't sound so into it. You're hangy? I want to have strangers come in here and be like, "You're not a human being." And I'll be like, "Ha ha." It'll be so good. No. I saw the best movie of the year a couple days ago. Fisticuffs. That's not the name of the movie. I love how in old-timey battles the gentlemen would raise their fisticuffs as so the like most open fighting stance of all time, unless you're like trying to get everything with this hand. But they just be like they just like raise their hands and be like, I'm ready for battle. He just wanted to look cool and hike their trousers. Their slacks were up to their nipples back in the day. Back in the old prohibition years, they would pull their belt loops up to their nipples. It was the only way. Also, they wore high heels. Gotta cover that slutty belly button. Hi, RT Shelby too. Oh my god. Hi. Shelby. Shelby, did you realize that there's two twos in your name? And guess how many twos there are in the amount of months that you've been subscribed for? To whom? Which upon do you see the code? Do you see between the lines? Oh my god. That's right. That's right. Oh gosh. It's very good to see you. Thank you. I've been told I'm just like Russell Crowe in the way that I hold my hands up for fisticuffs. I'm ready for violence. Ready for violence! Someone redeemed something that was 333. In the way that you almost got kidnapped once. Did that happen to Russell Crowe in one of the movies? Did that happen? I'm just like Russell Crowe in the way that I will board a naval vessel and have a homoerotic journey and be very mad at the ship's scientist because he is so attractive. Someone really tried to kidnap Russell Crowe. Wow. Your power just came back on. Yay! That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Had to do a double take when I entered the stream. I thought you were Russell Crowe. That's what I'm going for. That's my entire look. That's my aesthetic. Russell freaking Crowe. We've got coffee. We were going to do just chatting, but we decided no. No one cares and just chatting about cosmic consciousness tarot streams. So I put it back to the tarot. But I thought of doing it in the politics category, because then we'd get some real rowdy Rough Riders up in here. We'd get some real Rudy Tutors up in here. And I don't know, sometimes I'm looking for a fight because I'm bored. A few rabbling rousers. A couple of Ronda Rouseys. That's probably a very good idea to set the tab to politics. Not even the politics streamers that I follow set their category to politics. Not a single one. I think they do when they're feeling feisty, but it's extremely rare that they do that. I can't imagine why. Nothing excites the stream like setting the channel on fire. Exactly. A floof. Is everyone excited for whatever they're looking forward to? I know I am. A little nervous, a little exhilarated. Anyone have plans that they want to follow through with? That's exciting. Getting a new phone today, a little tingly. For some reason, my sinuses are a little... I haven't showered today, so I haven't had the privilege of breathing in warm moisture particles that'll loosen up my buttons, baby. It's all up in there. It's all up in the goop. You don't have any plans? Well, I'm glad that you're sharing your morning with us. You're hoping to make tacos shortly? Well, I'm glad that you're sharing your morning with us. I don't even know if it's morning wherever you guys are. It's taco time where you are, Tug Snug. That's exciting. That's something to look forward to. That's something to write home about, I would say. Should we get started? No! I'm not gonna get started until, like, I have to leave. You had just realized it's Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday. You've established that in your scheduling. It's now officially Taco Tuesday. Excuse me. I'm in a new class, chat. I'm in a new metaphysical class. I'm in 2 new classes, but the other one hasn't started yet. Because I'm on my way to do this thing at this metaphysical church that will eventually grant me a ministerial license in, like, I don't know, 2 years or something. Every time I say minister, people are like, oh, I didn't realize you were this specific religious denomination. And I say, no, no, no. Minister is a more vague term. It's just like, you know, you don't ask a lawyer what kind of law they practice before you work with them. Am I right? Ha ha! That's a joke. You totally do that. That's a terrible analogy. Anywho, I'm in classes and they're good for me. And it's hard to talk about with other people because everyone has like connotations about words like minister or like church and all that stuff. But that's basically what I do here. That's like literally what I do on this stream. So it'd be cool to someday be able to do it in a way where I could afford rent or something. I don't know. I don't really know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm just going along with my life and it's working out so far. People like to hear me talk. It's a good way to exercise public speaking skills without letting my arrogance take over. You know, marry everyone you see. That's funny. I could make so many jokes about that because of the way that you spelled Mary. Thank you for saying that I look lovely this morning. I just woke up. I just happened to do you ever like get your face ready for the day and you do like just the right things? You're just like, oh, I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to be all super cool and natural looking. And then it works. And then other days you're like, I'm going to do 3 things to my face. And then it's just going to magically work. That was this morning. This is magic. Magic and arrogance. That's the theme for today. Magical arrogance. Vanity. Is Vanity Fair? You be the judge. Decide. Let's open up these buttons, baby. Look at that. Look at this. Crisp box. Booklets. We've got boxes full of booklets. What is this? Expression. That's a nice card. That just popped right out. Maybe we'll look at that for a second. Though I feel maybe we looked at that last time. I don't know. Who cares? Who cares? You noticed good vibes? I'm sorry if I'm screaming. I feel like I'm screaming. What's everyone's agenda? Your power went out again. Oh, TTTT. That's a real tit in the tater. That's a real slap in the patooter. Oh, it is weird pursuing these classes and stuff like this because it's like there's a question of relevance, I think, that I go to sometimes where I'm just like, what is the and I guess that's kind of the point. I don't know. It's like a tractor beam. You're gonna go to a coffee shop? Well, have fun. I hope that they have power there at the coffee shop. I'm the number 2 tarot Twitch streamer in all of Twitch. Well, how about that? I'm not even streaming tarot. I guess that's the issue. If anyone's in here expecting major arcana and the freaking hermit and stuff and the sword of pentacles, you'll have to look elsewhere. Because I use divination decks, but they're of a more cosmic nature. They deal with galactic civilizations like Pleiadians and Arcturians and Lyrians and Syrians and Orions and Zeta Reticuli, and sometimes we talk about Sasquatch and some other stuff. Thank you so much for the 528 hertz tuning fork. Sword of Damocles up in here. You're really being swung around. I get it. I sort of get it. Isn't it? Isn't the Sword of Damocles like dangling? Isn't it like on a string? Or like a rope? I don't know. I haven't read that myth in 1,000 years, if that even is what that is. I can't imagine there's really any new people in here lurking who might want an explanation of who I am and what I do. Can't imagine anyone would be doing that. It's not like I'm psychic or anything. It's not like I can feel your eyeballs and your ear holes. I saw Will and Harper 2024. I saw Will and Harper in a movie theater near the neighborhood where I grew up. It was extremely powerful. I'm very, very, very glad that that movie was made. I'm very glad that it's going to hit Netflix on September 27th. Or, yeah, the 7th, I believe. It's extremely important. It provides perspective to a much more mainstream audience than maybe has ever considered a lot of the themes and topics before. And it's handled with a great deal of reverence and elegance and sensitivity and care and humor. It's very funny. It's very beautiful. I cried and laughed 1,000 times. Will and Harper. Does anyone not know what that is? Because I'm going to talk about it the entire stream. I won't spoil anything, or I'll try not to. It's a documentary. You saw an ad for it a while ago. Was it a biopic? What is it? Will Ferrell, one of his best friends from the comedy writing days at Saturday Night Live, one of his best friends recently came out during the pandemic as a trans woman, in a big email to a lot of people. And the movie is like a road buddy documentary where because she loved to travel and hitchhike around America, and she's afraid that now that she's out, she doesn't know how safe she's going to feel in certain parts of America. And it's like this examination of like judgment and perception and self-love and transness. And she, goes throughout the country with this shield of having like an extremely famous recognizable best friend. However, like there are moments where she's like, wait, I want to see if I can do this on my own. And it's just like a really, really, really powerful, very cool movie. And I think it's my favorite of the year. It's very much for me, and I am glad that it will be reaching like a pretty mainstream audience, because it hits the nail on the head when it comes to a lot of conversations that people don't want to touch, because they're like, they don't want to say the wrong thing or whatever. So it's just like, hey, let's talk about that in like a very accessible, fun, digestible, hilarious, beautiful movie. Yeah, I think once it hits Netflix, there's gonna be like a day on Twitter or where everyone's just talking about it, because nobody wants to go see things in theaters. It's playing in very select theaters. Um, it's Things are more part of a conversation once they like hit streaming services. Even a movie that will have been out for like a year won't really start being part of a trending conversation until it hits like people's living rooms. That's the pattern that I've been noticing, at least. Um, let's talk about expression. It's really nice. I cried a lot, and I laughed a lot, and I don't want to hype it up too much. I'm really excited for it to come out and then have like a bunch of people online be like, this conversation that they had in this scene was problematic in some way. And I'll just be like, cool. What's up, Steph? It's really good to see you. And that's kind of the beauty of being a human being, trying to figure everything out, I guess. You want to go make some food? You're glad you enjoyed the movie. Have a good day, buddy, and everyone in chat. Have a great day, Tug Snug. Thanks for hanging out for the first part of stream. I'm feeling these cards. These are good cards. They feel good. This is one half of this. All right, I don't know. Should we shuffle? Let's shuffle. Oh, heavens. I'm going to try my best to see Sybil Spectral and Friends on Sunday, basically after TwitchCon. I'll hopefully join them for whatever plans that they all have. That should work out nicely. What else is going on in my life? Anything of note? Things are good. Everything's good. Things are okay. I don't know. It's okay. Finally made a dentist appointment, baby. Oh my god, I'm so proud of myself. I've needed to make a dentist appointment for pew pew pew, basically a year. Pew 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 pew. When I discovered a hole in one of my molars on Hallows Eve last year. It was like Halloween, and I was like, God, am I dreaming? I seriously thought I was dreaming. Thank you so much, Shake and Bakey. I was looking in the mirror and I was like, that is horrifying. And I've been watching nothing but Fall of the House of Usher all weekend. And I was dog sitting, and I swore, I was like, I have to be dreaming. Like, there's a huge hole in my molar. There's just a chunk of my tooth, missing. Did it fall out while I was eating something too enthusiastically? When did that happen? And I was trying to remember memories that weren't dreams, because most of the memories I have of my teeth falling apart are from dreams. So it was like, when did that happen in waking life? Anywho, hole's real. It turns out it's there. So I finally was able to make a dentist appointment, and I think I have enough money and I'll be okay. COVID gave me my biggest gap in seeing a dentist. Exactly. Almost didn't go for everything was fine. Thank you. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping for as well. Cuz this has definitely been my like biggest gap. Um the only thing I'm concerned about is just that I don't floss enough. I don't floss enough and it just, stuff gets gross. Um I don't smoke nearly as much tobacco as I did at that time. Like at the last time I went to a dentist. I guess that's kind of a nice thing. Yeah, it was just nice to get the ball moving on something that had been weighing on me for a while. Where it's like, oh, I need to get this done. I need to like do this thing, but it's scary. I don't want to. Press and flush my teeth every day so they can look like a lumber pile. Well, there you go. At least they're your lumber pile. And they don't cause you any pain or problems or whatever. I want to leave expression up. I think that's nice. Is anyone else cold? Or are people home? Does that mean I can close my door? Hello to you? Is there anything else anyone else wants to go over before I start diving into these cards? I didn't think so. You need to get Invisalign on your bottom row and get stuff for filling. See, I'm not dealing with wisdom teeth pain anymore, at least. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going to want to try to take out my other side. Because my right side was taken out when I was in, like, college, high school, one of those. Hey, Cody's joining. Hello, hello, hello. And they run away. Let me close the door. I think someone's home. Hello. You wish you were cold? Heck. I know. Autumn has hit the scene in the place where I live. It's cold. It was super windy yesterday. It was windier than heck yesterday. It was extremely windy yesterday. And it's brisk. It's brisk outside. You made pumpkin chili last night, doing everything I can to usher in fall. Well, how about that? Usher in the fall of the House of Usher in fall, autumn. I didn't form enough enamel on my adult teeth, so my teeth aren't in great shape. For sure. I want to enable your enamel. All right. I need to check to see if I can close this door. One of your front teeth straight up looks dead, which you're not a fan of. Is it like colored differently than the other ones? Yeah. Yeah. You still have feeling in it. There you go. I think I technically have an overbite. Is that what that is? I've never even thought about that until I saw Kevin Can Fuck Himself and Annie Murphy talks about having an overbite. Like, I have like beaver teeth, I guess. Is that an overbite? Let's play Examine Swan's Mouth. That seems like a good use of time on stream. That seems like something that everybody wants to do. Get all up in my mouth. Chat. Let's shuffle these cards. Is everybody ready for a fun-filled adventure into cosmic consciousness? Welcome to the inner recesses of your mind. I'm your guide, Pandrsera. I will be here to guide you along on this journey, inside and out, for the internal is the external, the macro is the micro, the infinite is the infinitesimal. Join us as today we journey into cosmic consciousness. Ooh. Brought to you by viewers like you. Yes. Ooh. Yes. Ooh. Maybe it should have been just chatting. I don't know. Chat. I don't know if I'll take your input seriously on this. But 1 in the chat if you think I should be in tarot, 2 in the chat if you think I should be in just chatting, 3 in the chat if you think I should try politics. I don't think I'm going to get any responses on that. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. And it doesn't, the thing is, it doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't really matter. I don't even remember what 2 and 1 were. Which one was just chatting? 4 is Crash Bandicoot? Oh my god. Everyone and their mother wants me to do something differently on this website. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 1, 2, 3, 4? This is the only thing that like consistently brings me some sort of fulfillment without me getting angry. I get so angry, chat. I get so I am so vulnerable when I stream. I don't know why. Like, why can't I just be like all the other streamers, chat? You switch to 1 because the cards bring up chats. 2 is just chatting. Because I switched to 1 because the cards bring up chats. What? Oh, what? What? What does that sentence mean? The thing about being in the tarot category is people come in, immediately want a reading, realize it's not tarot, and then leave. And there's this like weird sense of like detached entitlement or like desperation. It's kind of fun to answer a call and have someone be like, yo, there's a freaking sleep paralysis entity above my bed right now. That was kind of fun the couple of times that's happened. And then just chatting, I don't really know if we get new people. I think that just chatting is just like a safer padding, like a backdrop, where it's just like, yeah, we're just chatting, No one's going to call the police. Whoa, the light in here significantly shifted. That was weird. That was a word. Sparks conversation about cars and other stuff, so it's kind of like just chatting. Yeah. I feel differently about it every single time I stream. I cannot maintain a consistent viewpoint on this issue, which is why I bring it up all the time and why I ask chat for their input. I've entertained the delicious idea of trying politics just so people could come in and like be really, really horrible. But I don't know if I need that in my life necessarily. It's kind of nice what we have going here, I guess. It's kind of nice. We're just friends in here. We're not trying to do great epic battles of good versus evil. Like that just happens inherently inside of us because here on pandrsera.television.com, the internal is the external. You know what I could do is just simul stream to YouTube. But for some reason, that's like really difficult. I need to figure that out. Need to do so many things. What am I actually gonna do? What do I want to do? What am I actually going to put the time and effort into doing? What is actually sparking my passion? What is actually creating a path of excitement for me to follow, like a moth to a flame? Who knows? No one, except for the shadow. Why am I feeling these two and then a third one from the bottom? These two and then a third one from the bottom. These are 3 piles. How do other people not get angry all the time? I think that I'm just an angry person, maybe. I'm a very gentle person. I've been it's the wind and the changing of seasons. There's been a lot of like things are getting like kicked up. And it's really like nice and healthy because it's inevitable and like I need to look at stuff. But it's also been hard. I've just been really like sensitive and like flinchy. Just like I feel like very vulnerable and um like I want to be alone a lot of the time. Like just over the past week, which has been nice to just sort of like keep to myself and recharge, I guess. But people keep kind of like clawing at me and I'm like not having it. That pendulum swing of craving companionship and social interaction while also like praying that they want to be independent when you want to be independent, I guess. Same, but mainly for video games. Whoop. Yeah. Um, this is very random. Seeing the one, interesting. Seeing the one right there, Earth, future. Yeah, pretty obvious. Like touching upon exactly what I'm talking about. The paradox of the individual and the collective, the push and the pull of that identity, those two identities, how they exist as the same, how they exist as different identities. What's going on here? Whoa! Another Earth Future graduation. It seems like the shift of this season is pretty indicative of it's like a culmination, a graduation. Hey CJ, sleep deprived and eating peanut butter out of the jar. Well, that's fun. Plant Danny is at a coffee shop. That sounds fun. I haven't been to a cafe shop in a while. Nice. So this is pretty cool. This seems pretty like nail on the head for what I was talking about. I want to read about graduation from the book once we flip this last card. I also want to talk about expression. Expression is kind of like hanging out here. Expression. What's this? Spiritual sovereignty. Beautiful. This is a really cool reading right off the bat. It, to me, it's like exactly what I was talking about while I was shuffling. When is it not? When is it not going to be exactly what we're talking about when we're shuffling? Isn't that the whole point of setting an intention, chat? Isn't that how all of this works? Hi, Tooper. Am I doing readings? Sure. Right now, I always start off with like a main, like a vague, like community reading. That's usually something that I'm going through, I guess I'm realizing. And then I focus it on individual readings. The queue is currently closed. L. Open. I hope that it's also clear. Let me. Do. Oh, it was not clear. That's okay. We'll just next it until it's super. Oh, CJ's in position 1. That's interesting. I wonder if that's from last time. Do do ba do do. Or was CJ the final reading that I gave last time? We have CJ, Zequid, Tearbear, and Tooper. I'm assuming CJ and Zequid were from last time, but we can just add you again. But I'll do Tooper first because Tooper joined first today. Let me just like memorize this order. Okay, it's the same order. Volfefe? What the heck does that mean? How do I delete Tearbear? I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm a smart person. I'll figure it out. I want to read a little bit about graduation and spiritual sovereignty because those aren't cards that come up that often. Immediately seeing the one we get all the time, and that was immediately just like, oh, that's what I'm talking about right now. You're hyped about drinking apple-flavored sparkling water soon. Well, that's something to look forward to. AFK got a call about what you wanted from the grocery store. Well, there you go. That's adorable. 76. 76 trombone. Earth's history has been fraught with struggles, hatred, and fear. What? You mean to tell me that Earth's histories have been fraught with struggles and hatred and fear from time to time? Volatility plus Covfefe equals Volfefe. It was made up by JP Morgan. Oh, that's interesting. That makes sense. That makes sense. Did you guys know that the guy from The Apprentice was like the president? I think he's running again. Like, what? What kind of world are we living in? The underlying purpose of this, Earth's history being fraught with struggles, hatred, and fear, the underlying purpose of this was to serve as training for species evolution. Makes sense. It hasn't been easy, no. From the point of view of the future, humanity has succeeded and experienced a graduation as a species. That is hard to see now, but please trust that everything on Earth is happening for a reason. You and many others are connected to humans from the future who are gently guiding the planet toward this graduation. As you connect with your higher self and do your spiritual work, you too help to uplift humanity. Gilbert Gut, what are you guys talking about? Yeah. Future time stream of Earth in which the planet makes its transition from a planet of polarity and conflict to one of unity and integration. This powerful energy of integration acts like a magnet, pulling you forward in your spiritual journey. If this card comes up in a reading, it could mean energy or beings from Earth's future are working with or through you to facilitate graduation on a planetary level. It sure feels that way. Sure feels that way to me, at least lately. And it's going to feel that way for a bit, and that's okay. I feel like we've just sort of been trained for this our whole lives. It's not like any of this is anything new in my opinion. I feel like every time something new happens in the news, it's like, no, we're pretty prepared to hear that. I feel like. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like feeling a little detached from things or something. I've been thinking about that recently. I think that's been part of my recent graduation in terms of seeing the one. Sometimes when I meet people or my relationships with people are like very like, oh, cool, you're so cool, you're so different, you're so I don't know. You're like you're not even like a human being, and it's like, yeah, on a certain level that's complimentary, but on another level it's really lonely. It's very, very lonely. I'm constantly seeking other people, I guess, who are, outside of like the people I work with are feel like they're in like a certain paradigm, and a lot of my friends through the internet feel like I can relate to you guys like a lot more on a lot more subjects. And I'm sure everyone in chat feels this on some level, but like the people in my day-to-day like routine with the like pet sitting and the sound engineering stuff at the spiritual center and stuff, it's there's just a lot of like translation. It feels like an ambassadorship. There's a lot of like explanation of like I'm thank God the other tech people at the center like are queer or like the and that's been a great help lately. To do anything, we have to be on the same level. I know, but is there such a thing as two human beings being on the exact same level? I think we all like occupy different spaces of frequency. I don't know. These are questions I've been pondering recently. It's okay to human it up sometimes, be messy. Yeah, I agree. In fact, it can be very like vital to do so. It can be very vital to be messy because it creates a scenario that everybody learns from. That's a graduation. That's a good way to see the one. Spiritual sovereignty. Yes. A lot of the Earth future stuff to me is about trust. Trust in like the inherent feelings and the vibes of like, you know, what's going on. Your cappuccino is very nice. That's nice. That's very nice. Do y'all have fun coffee orders? Do y'all have fun beverage orders when you go to a cafe? Spiritual sovereignty. I'm excited to read about this card. Half, if not heavy cream. Fat content. What are you, Plant Danny? What are you reading my search history on my web browser? Recently, I've enjoyed going and getting a nice flavored decaf latte. What kind of flavor? When you say flavored, my beverage order is always, what sodas do you have? What's your favorite soda, Zequid? Zequid sauce sounds like a soda. Zequid sauce sounds like a like fill yourself up with the Zequid sauce. Sounds like a soda from like Invader Zim or something. The way I said it was a little over the top, but you drink such a disgusting amount of Coke. Really? I think the last like Coke of Cola I had was probably like in a movie or at like a theme park. And it was just like, oh, I can get like a giant tub of Coke. Okay. Vitterzim is over the top. I've been changing it up every time. But I've gotten a Black Forest latte twice. What's in a Black Forest latte? That sounds nice. Dr. Peps, Mountain Dews, and Mountain Don'ts. Yeah, it's interesting though because I don't like any other of carbonated beverage. That is interesting. Well, they have they have a classic flavor. They have that formula. They really worked hard on it and they did a good job. That painting is now a free phone wallpaper I can get on your Ko-fi? I want that. I want to go to there. I think I will do that. I think I will make that my phone background. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your amazing art, CJ. You're really cool. Whenever I give it up, I drink like lemon water instead. Well, that's cool. It non-carbonated? Like you don't even go for like a seltzer? It's just lemon and liquid. Does anyone remember Mr. Pibb? Do we have any real Pibb heads in chat? Spiritual sovereignty. I would say root beer is my favorite. I always go for a nice root beer. Cream soda feels decadent. And root beer almost feels like it's like the more healthy option, which is preposterous to say out loud. You love slushies? My teeth hurt just talking about this. That's so funny. That's such a weird thing that happens as you get older. Ow. Sure. Yeah, you could go ahead and do that, CJ. You love cream soda? Hey, can anyone in here stomach sarsaparilla? Does anybody know about sarsaparilla? One time I was at a Mark Twain thing, Mark Twain exhibit, Mark Twain museum, and they wouldn't shut up about sarsaparilla. The docents and everybody were like, mm-hmm. You know, back when I would ride the mighty Mississippi, I would enjoy a nice cool sarsaparilla with my fellow poker players or whatever the hell Mark Twain was talking about. And then of course they sold it, or they like had a bar there where the adults could probably get like a beer for the day, and then the kids could get a sarsaparilla. And sarsaparilla is basically like root beer having a one night stand with licorice and regretting it. You know about Faygo? Faygo. I don't think I've ever had Faygo in real life. I don't think I've ever actually like sipped a Faygo. I almost made a joke about slurping down a Faygo, but my friend wouldn't let me do that because he said he didn't want to be an experiment to me. So years later, he would show up in an HBO program. Swear to God. You know about Faygo from Homestuck? Down with the clown. I know about Faygo from the Juggalo culture. I know very little about ICP or Juggalo culture, but I know enough to know the tropes and stereotypes, which isn't really saying much. Black Forest is dark chocolate plus cherry. Whoa, that sounds bitter. Sounds brutal and bitter. Faygo. I watched that beautiful little YouTube documentary that came out like 15 years ago about the gathering of the Juggalos, and it was like, they're very nice people, and all the like really uptight hipsters were like, whoa, I guess Juggalos are really nice people. Pitchfork was like, this just in, Juggalos are nice people, and everyone was like, hooray. They have funny movies, the ICP guys. They have like really goofy movies. I was just watching a show that my fiance worked on, and someone I went to college was in it, and it was crazy. That's crazy, Tooper. Yeah. Oh my God. Can I know what show it was? You don't have to share. But yeah, that stuff is bananas. It happens to me every so often because I went to school in parts of the San Fernando Valley where kids had like parents who were in show business and they were like child actors or whatever, what have you. But this most recent thing was just because like I was on an improv team with a really like sexy gay guy in college, and he ended up showing up in a reality show that I was watching. He was in a show that I was watching on HBO recently, and I like spat my pizza out and was like, "What the fuck? That guy just had sex with the main character, and it was real because this is a reality show. And why would they script that?" Juggalos are jolly good fun. Yeah. Western ICP movie was so boring. The first one was genuinely good. I have not seen the Western one, but I have seen that one. City on Fire. City on Fire. City on Fire. Does anyone know what that's from? I'll give you a high five if you can tell me what that's from. Doesn't this suck? Doesn't this suck when a streamer is like, oh, Two Pins wins. Do I have an applause? I don't have any sound alerts. Two Pins wins. Two Pin, you win. High five. You gotta look at my elbow. Oh man. I don't know nothing. You can skip the Western one. You had to unlurk for that. Thank you for unlurking just for that. I appreciate the vulnerability that took. You know, it was familiar. Yeah. I love Sweeney Todd. I have never been in the play, but I was in a D-Task scene in high school. God, I don't even remember if I had like a part. I think I was just like one of the people who sang harmonies and helped move the chairs. I was more doing like administrative stuff at that point in high school. I was like the director of the a cappella group and like the leader of things. And I was always super stressed because like the faculty was always very demanding of us. And I was the middle person between the faculty and like the rest of the group or the students. And I'd always be like, that was when I learned that middle management or whatever the term is like fucking sucks. Like there's someone who's gonna decide the way it's gonna go, and you have to deliver that information to the team of people who have to do the thing. And the person who decides the way it's going to go has nothing to do with the way that the thing is going to be done. They just decide how they want it to be done. And then you have to go tell a group of people, oh my God, we have to learn like 40 Christmas carols, even though we're all Jewish and nobody cares. But we got to fundraise somehow. It's all about fundraising. What a nightmare. And they say, "Wow, why didn't Swan pursue some sort of normal job after high school?" That's what they say. Everyone says that. Everyone says that. Yeah, that I feel like the Mrs. Lovett I'm most familiar with is Angela Lansbury. Patti LuPone though would be really cool. It's such a good musical. I saw the movie a few times. I think I saw it twice in theaters because I saw it with my theater friends, and then I saw it with my one of my childhood best friends. His mom like would take us to movies a lot, and she just was like, "Do you guys want to see Sweeney Todd today?" And I was like, "I've already seen it, but yeah, I'll watch it again." And the Saga of Tanya the Evil? No, it's about a mid-management dick getting reincarnated. No, that's interesting. That sounds like a sci-fi show, or that sounds like a show that would be on like AMC. It sounds like whoever was behind Preacher or like Winona Earp. That sounds like one of the or Tucker and Dale, or which I've never seen, or Bubba Hotep, which I've never seen. One of those, the more comedic Buffy the Vampire Slayer type things. City on Fire. That's dope. Whoop whoop. You had an yeah, I'm gonna be all right moment when a juggalo friend from junior high followed you on Insta. You came out to him via DM and he was cool as hell about it. Yeah, that's what's up. Fuck yeah, that's dope. Whoop whoop. Alarm go whoop whoop. It's a sci-fi fantasy alternate universe take on World War One. Whoa, that's interesting. It's very interesting. It did feel sort of like a military hierarchy in that there was a lot of like, I'm just following orders, which is a shitty thing to ever find oneself saying out loud in one's life. But look out, it could happen to you. If it happened to me, Lurk, you gotta run to the store. You're watching Spiderwick tonight. The movie makes you feel at home. That's nice. The Spiderwick Chronicles. I've never seen that movie. That's based on like a young adult series, right? Or a children's book or something of the sort? I don't know. Spiritual sovereignty. We haven't talked about this yet. City on Fire. Spiritual sovereignty is a place of complete balance. One walks in integrity, has completed unfinished business, confronted and owned the shadow, recognizes illusion, and knows the self intimately without judgment. From here, the person becomes free to feel the flow of the universe that is called synchronicity. Is everyone familiar with synchronicity? With a hot Christian Slater, there is. I just saw whatever the preview was for that. This is an essential Essassani teaching. Once you are firmly rooted in an open-hearted life based on integrity and synchronicity, you become a fully realized being. This is a roadmap to awakening for individuals and Earth as a whole. If you haven't already, it's time to begin the journey. I think everyone here is beginning the journey. Steve? Expression. Let's read a little bit about expression, and then we'll dive right into Tooper's reading. It's okay, Danny. We're all over the place. Lyra awareness. The Galactic Ambassador workshop that I'm taking the last couple of weeks has been Lyra, and they described the difference between Lyra and Lyra, which was interesting because not a lot of people don't really bother with that. Lyrans, they look like lions, or at least the timeline of beings who we were connecting with. It was pretty cool. The playlist in here is wild. What are they playing? Are they playing Chapel Roan? Is that how you pronounce her name? How come I had never heard of her before, like, this year? I'm out of touch, chat. I don't know what the kids are into. There's a freedom to that, I suppose. That's what I'm going to tell myself. Dude that writes a book about them and tries to befriend the ones he can. Oh, word. Crip, zombie, now nearly witches. Nearly witches? Is that Panic at the Disco? Nearly witches, I do not. Creep and Zombie, I'm very familiar with. Zombie, our freaking acapella group, sang. You can even hear the version of it on Spotify. It's embarrassing. I almost got the solo because we mashed it up with Umbrella by Rihanna. But the choir teacher, who was the guy I took orders from, said, I put my hand on my diaphragm too much. He's like, you have a habit of like putting your hand on your stomach when you're supporting your breath. I'm like, bro, so does like Adele. Like, leave me alone. He's like, this tenor over here doesn't do that. He has more control. And he did. He had more control. He would sort of wield his voice around like a leaf fluttering in the breeze sometimes. But yeah, he had more control. He was a better singer. And he's the solo on the recorded version. If you look up the version, I won't tell you the name of the group because then you'll be able to find it. I'll tell you the name of the group. It's fine. I'm like 16 in the photograph on the album cover. With my swoopy hair and Death Cab for Cutie glasses. I was what they call seen. Not seen in the sense that, like, I was like, you couldn't take a photo of me and then have people be like, that's what a scene kid looks like. But that's I feel like that was what I was described as. I was either goth or scene, depending on what color shirt I was wearing and the level of consciousness of the person giving me the label. People would be like, yeah, like, you're like the only goth kid in the grade, like, because I went to a small private school for a lot of elementary school, middle school, and they were like, I was the only, so in a 70 kid grade, you're the only kid who wears all black. You're the goth kid. And it was just, I listened to Census Fail and My Chemical Romance and like Brand New and all those emo rocker artsy cowgirl. When I turned 40, my care for what the youths were into just disappeared. Yeah. Like, it's wonderful. If I had kids, if I had like nieces, nephews, etc. Man, fuck Brand New. I know, that was rough. Brand New was my favorite band for several years. Jesse Lacey. Out of all the people who got canceled, he owned up to it. He apologized. He and his wife talk about it pretty openly, and it's gross. It like taints the listening of their music, taints the interpretation of all their lyrics, and just a lot of bands from that scene. It was like a spotlight on, this, like, everyone is like obviously singing about these things like openly in their songs. Like, it's really interesting to go back to early 2000s like emo and pop punk and like re-listen to that and be like, this is like fucked up. Like a lot of these people are. This is not great, you know. It's interesting. Genderless weeb with huge titties at age 11. What kind of stuff were you? Oh God, what kind of anime were you into? I remember Brand New has a song about I've seen more guts in 11-year-old kids, and I turned 12, and my friend was still 11 for like 8 months. So whenever I would sing that song, he would get really mad, and he'd be like, "Hey, I'm 11," and I'd be like, "Ha ha ha, I'm 12." And then when we were 19, he killed himself. That's the punchline of that joke. The two have nothing to do with each other. It just so happens that it's the same friend who died. Sorry to do that. Sorry to pull that one on you, chat. It's how I cope. Was big on them. Why Jesse have to do that? Yeah, exactly. Bleach, some shitty shoujo stuff. I wish I was more into shoujo stuff when I was younger. I was very into shonen stuff. Bleach, I was into a little bit. I had like the first like 3-4 manga volumes of Bleach. Naruto, same. All those, anything that was in Shonen Jump, I had like the first 3 or 4 volumes of. Wow, I don't know any of those. Soul Eater, I recognize. Never had the attention span for a lot of anime. Yeah, that's why it was faster to read it for me. It's so much faster to just like read instead of like sit and wait a week for the plot to advance by an inch. Stop Bleach when it became apparent Rukia would end up with Renji. Oh, really? Does that happen? I don't even know who Renji is. I remember Rukia. She didn't. Oh my god, spoilers. Full Metal Alchemist. You prefer the short animes? Yeah, I like a nice contained anime. I never finished Assassination Classroom, but I enjoyed that it was contained. I don't know. I'm not that into anime, I realize. There's just so much stuff to get into. It's just like, I have a few that I'm really, really loyal to and like really obsessed with. But it's not again, like it would depend on the consciousness of the labeler if someone was to call me a weeb. Trigun was your gateway anime. I had the volume 1 of the Trigun manga. It was like super thick. I would bring that to school a lot. My friend, a friend of mine, is that actually how I met Real Squeaky From, through him when we were in high school. That's a streamer, not the actual Manson family member. He dressed as Trigun one year for Halloween. His mom helped him like make a jacket that was exactly the same as the Vash the Stampede jacket. It was like, whoa. Bleach is honestly weirdly relationshipless, despite it not being totally sexless. Now it's One Piece all day, baby. I know I need to catch up with One Piece. There's just too much going on. Vash did have the best strip, yeah. Angel Beats? Having that change your life? I don't know what Angel Beats is. I'm supposed to. When I started streaming, there was a chatter, Chloe Hartman, who was like, "There's an anime about a girl, and the entirety of the universe is like inside of her mind." And she said that I should watch that because that's kind of how I talk. And I was like, I will forget the name of this. And every single time it comes up, I forget the name of it. So every single time Chloe comes into my chat, I ask her. Haruhi Suzumiya. That's Naruto? No, it's like its own thing. It might be Haruhi. No. Expression. We're supposed to be talking about expression, but we're procrastinating. Look at this. It's a spirit box. You ever seen one of these, chat? Fascinating. It's not Naruto, it's One Piece. That's in Star Pals. Is it? Oh, I guess the obelisk kind of looks like this. The Optiovi. You recommend the anime Chihaya Furu. And now I'll stop before I spew more anime chat. That's okay. That Spirit Box was like a 4-piece. Ha! That's a joke. That's a band. I get the joke, Tooper. I understand your humors. We have to keep going so that we can give Tooper a reading before Tooper's like, I have work to do. That's my impression of you. I've never heard you speak before. I have work to do. Hello, my name's Tooper, and I have work to do. Is that what you sound like? Am I psychic? Hello. Hello, yes. Hello. I don't even know where you're from. Ah, yes, hello. I'm Tooper. I'm 2% milk, and I have work to do. That's you. That's how you sound. I'm assuming. Where is expression? Come on. There it is. Born in England and moved to the US and have weird midpoint accent? Yeah. Yeah, like the pan-Atlantic, the transatlantic, the mid-Atlantic. Hello, yes, I'm 2% milk and I have work to do. You're always saying that. You're always going on about the work you have to do. For context, I've never heard 2% milk talk about work ever in my life. I am a vehicle of life expressing into physicality. I'm a vehicle of life expressing into physicality. Tooper, CJ, King Europe, Plant Danny, you are a vehicle of life expressing into physicality. Ever think about that one? Ever let that one marinate? I know what you do for work. You have work to do. That's what you do for work. You do work to do for work. No, I don't know what you do for work. I assume that it's like something having to do with computers. You probably work at a computer. Work. I don't know what you do. I don't want to assume. I always just assume like people are working game design whenever I meet them through like speedrunning or something. But that's like very rarely the case. I have work to do. I'm CJ Wheelwright and I have work to do. You're a mailman. That's awesome. I know a few mail carriers on Twitch. That is a cool profession, in my opinion. That's a very cool profession. Nobody will fuck with you, I think. Well, I'm sure you get fucked with constantly, actually, on the job. But like when you tell people what you do for a living, I feel like most people are like, oh shit, okay. Like you're actually like a productive member of society, like, and in a way that isn't like as, you know, like a controversial, like authoritarian or something. Yeah, actually, like I'm subscribed to a few people who have like postal service emotes. Not the band. Violet Evergarden is that Violet Evergarden sounds like a dang Netflix drama period series. It's about to get violent in Violet Evergarden. This season on Violet Evergarden. I guess that is a show. I guess I can't make jokes about it. It's so great. Every time someone asks me what I do for work, there's never any confusion. Yeah, it's not like you have to say like, oh, like, do you know what I tell people when they ask me what I do for work? I say I keep the universe together. I hold the universe together. And I don't even do that anymore. If I wake up and I'm having a bad day, I can't keep the universe together. Did you see what happened the other day? Oh my god. It's also a hilarious thing to say. Oh, so you're the one who keeps the universe together. I think, honestly, I think that every human, every living being, everything Every aspect of consciousness, whether it's physical or non-physical, is indeed, in fact, holding the universe together. But I think it's a really fun way to respond to boomers who ask me what I do for a living. It's a lot faster than saying, like, well, I dog sit a lot of people who are congregants of a spiritual center where I also do the audio video tech for and am currently in training to become a minister. I also stream on Twitch. Do you know what Twitch is? Okay, so it's like a website. It's sort of like YouTube where you can broadcast what you do. It was originally people playing video games and now it's expanded to all sorts of things. Okay, so video games is it's like a medium where, so are you familiar with movies? So a video game is like a movie that you can like play, like you can interact with. That is literally every fucking conversation because it's always someone, no offense, but it's always someone in their 90s who actually the people in their 90s at the center are way cooler than the people like in their 60s and 70s. The people in their 90s are just like, yo, I can see everything. I understand what it is like to be alive. I'm going to go salsa dancing this week, and I am like slutting it up at the old folks' home. Meanwhile, the people who are like just retiring in their 60s and 70s are just like, ugh, why don't you get even more jobs? You know, it's like a markedly different vibe. And I like the older people, like the way older people. The people who like they're so old that the paradigm no longer they're no longer a part of like the dominant paradigm anymore. They're just like, "Oh yeah, like the system is fucked." And I can feel it because I live in an old folks home or something or like, closer to the other side the cooler they are. Yeah. Like the wisdom of kids and stuff. It's like they just came from the other side. Meanwhile, the middle-aged people were lost. We're lost. You're welcome for my service. What's up, New Yorker Ant? We have a first-time chatter. We did it, chat. Whee! I feel like old people are either the best of the... Yeah, I mean, I'm speaking in huge generalizations right now. Speaking in huge generalizations. Why, just last night in one of the classes that I'm in, I was in a breakout room with a woman in her late 80s who was like, I remember you. You gave that talk to the women's group about being trans. And she was like, I loved it. I learned so much and you're very articulate. And that was like 2 years ago. And I was like, whoa, oh my God, you remember that talk and it had a positive effect on you? That's like wonderful. Oh my God. Hi, New Yorker Ant. How's it going? It's going great. No subway is rough. Yeah. I really enjoyed the subway system the one time I went to New York. I was only there for like 5 days. Oh, good. People have gotten home and all of a sudden we're dropping frames. How powerful does somebody's cell phone have to be for them to like completely fuck up the stream as soon as they enter the house? What's going on there? You know, who's tapped? Who's working with the DOJ? Speaking of which, this is the obligatory part of the stream where if you are a member of a 3-letter organization, you have to say so in chat. You have to tell me. If you're an agent of the state, you have to tell me. Is that even how it works? I'm just joking. You can get a better sandwich locally. Ha! That took me too long. Empathy. Expression. We're on expression. I'm a vehicle of life expressing into physicality. Yes, DSA counts. You are a divine being that has come into physicality with a purpose to experience life with joy. Though each moment may not seem joyful, your interaction with it can bring change that creates a better future. Each divine being has a unique perspective and voice. As you embrace and express your uniqueness, you change the world around you. This card is beckoning you to express your light. Your expression not only serves you, but serves others to understand their inherent divinity. Isn't it nice when you can express your inherent divinity and it naturally ripples out to others and they're like, oh my God, I'm divine too? What? What? Have you ever noticed that when you're expressing yourself authentically, or you're having a good time following your dreams or your passion, or you're like out and about with friends and you're really enjoying yourself, and then someone takes note and they're like, "What? I can dance like no one's watching? I can sing at the top of my lungs at karaoke? And I can feel safe in doing something so vulnerable? What? What?" That's a powerful thing. I think that's one of the big things that I try to remind myself of whenever I'm like, I don't want to go out. I don't want to see friends. I can't breathe through my face. That's a good reason to shower before a stream. Duly noted. So it like humidifies my sinuses. We are not frogs. What? What? Expression. Much of your expression is unspoken, but still interacts with the world around you in unseen ways. Observe your own intentions with your expression. Are you seeking outside approval? We cannot breathe through our skin. Thank you. Are you seeking outside approval? Am I seeking outside approval? Depending on whether or not I set the category to tarot or just chatting or politics or jacuzzi, hot tub, pool time. I've done that once. I had a swimming stream once. I streamed myself showering once. And it was when I used the laptop and I aimed the camera up, you can only see my head. That was an interesting stream. I streamed myself sleeping. That's me right now trying to clear out my sinuses. Thank you so much, CJ. Are you seeking outside approval? Are you seeking to control others? Are you holding back expression because you feel unworthy or resentful? You are but a choice away to express love and create your world anew. The Lyrans discovered expression is a catalyst for healing. I love that. Expression as a catalyst for healing. Like when you get caught up in the flow state of creativity and suddenly you're feeling a lot better than when you started. Like maybe you're working on an illustration or a dance or a song or something. And that pain in your back is like not nearly as strong as it was an hour ago. The light language is helping you to release fear, judgment, and a need to acquiesce to the fears and insecurities of others. You are activating a clarity that benefits from all forms of expression, even those that may not seem delightful, but are helpful. Love and empowerment for all involved is the result. Allow yourself to express in all ways. Take a creative class and enjoy a new expression without any intentions of perfection. Support another that is beginning to express. Embrace your unique expression and appreciate yourself more. Expression. Very cool. What a great little community reading we've started off with. We'll dive right into individual readings right now. We've got Tooper on deck. If Tooper's still here, Tooper's not too busy saving the world. Being like, I've got work. I've got to do work. I used to live in New York. This is my New York accent. Hello. I'm from New York City. I rode the subway when I deliver the packages. Parcels and packages. In Canada, milk comes in bags. Super. Thank you for being here. Thank you for not leaving. Thank you for staying here. Hello. Oi. Remember that meme? Does anyone else remember 4chan? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. I'm here in jolly New York City. And I like to ride the trolley. In Canada, milk comes in bags. Lounging on a shitty coffee shop couch with greasy hair. That rocks. With wired earbuds. That rocks. That's literally like a Renaissance painting. All right, friends. Look at that. I can twist it around. That's pretty cool. Do you ever get it all twisted, chat? You know what they say is to not get it twisted. They're like, don't get it twisted. And I rarely heed their advice. I'm usually getting it twisted. I'm usually sprinting headfirst into getting it twisted. It's called misinterpretation. But I'm looking for a Mrs. Interpretation. You know what I'm saying, chat? Lock that shit down. Okay. Tuber, here comes your reading. Do you have anything specific you want to focus on, or just kind of have a general thing? I'm going to give you 3 Galactic Heritage cards and then 1 or 2 of this Cosmic Ascension deck. Or we can focus on whatever you want to focus on, whatever's yanking on your chain. Why is this slippery? Why? Stop sliding. I deliver the parcels and packages. I've got work in the morning. You've never done this before? Neither have I. Can I actually offer a spread that I pulled on Sunday? It felt like it was for someone else. Cool. Interesting. That's fun. Yeah. Lay it on us. Lay it on us, Plant Danny. Oh, I'm Tuber. I've never done this before. I'm so sorry. What is... They say Pander Sarah would be a... She is such a good streamer. I learned so much, but she just incessantly makes fun of chat. And it's not even things that make any sense. She's just like openly hostile for no reason. But her hostility... She thinks that everyone is British? Like, here's my impression of AWOL. Oh, I'm AWOL. The same exact accent? I listen to cool rap music, and I have good taste in art and cinema. I have gorgeous features. It was 103. Spiritual Sovereignty, which we just had. 63, Seeking Karmic Balance, and Black League Patterning. Ooh. That's fun. That's juicy. That's a fun combination. That's really cool. Black League Patterning right there. Closing it out. Feels like those lingering impulses to do eye for an eye, tit for tat, fight fire with fire. In order to seek karmic balance, which is so justified. When is it not justified? When you're part of the freedom fighting rebel alliance. And of course, all of that is underneath it. To me, it feels like an umbrella of spiritual sovereignty, where it's like, yeah, like you're following what you believe to be righteous and what you're passionate about, and you can do all of that from integrity. But you know, ultimately, that Black League patterning kind of reminds that it's like, hey, this might not work. This might not work the way you want it to. King Europe is this is my impression of King Europe. Well, howdy. Well, howdy doody, chat. I'm King Europe, all the way from the Emerald Isle. Jesus Christ. Wow, we have the King of the Europe in chat. This is preposterous. Tuber, can you give me 2 or 3? Can you give me 2? Let's see. Can you give me 3 numbers between 1 and 9? 3 separate numbers between 1 and 9. I can't believe I just said the Emerald Isle. Well, sounds like one of the docents from the Mark Twain exhibit. Do you boys like sarsaparillas? 235, thank you. What a gorgeous set of numbers. What a gorgeous set of numbers. Don't think about boobs. Remember all those characters from Bleach? What a go? Oh, telepathy headache. Okay, it's over. We're done. Okay, fine. Christ. Sounds like the minor character from Bigfoot. Yeah, it does. That's who I was doing. CJ, exactly. That it was Michael McMillan's their like old man character from the House movie. What, like oatmeal or what's his name? Like flapjacks or something? Flying saucer. Yeah, that's totally what that was. That's totally what was coming out. That's funny. Oh, everything stays from Adventure Time. That's beautiful. Beautiful music in that show. Really, really, honestly, a very good show. That and Steven Universe. You don't have to like it, but I don't understand why people hate those things. I will fight you if you hate anything. If there's one thing in this world I can't stand, it's intolerance. You sound like the crazy guy from Gravity Falls. Steven Universe is amazing. Still trying to get into Adventure Time. It's wonderful. It's just wonderful. I was very into the original like YouTube short. Where like you've traveled back in time and to Mars, and it's like Abraham Lincoln. And then they made a show of it, and it was like, oh my god, how cool! And then the show was like very wholesome, and it became very well written, and it went on for so long, and it became such an expansive universe, and it really like touched a lot of people's hearts, and it really helped a lot of people. It's very queer. Steven Universe, Rebecca Sugar, Old Man McGucket. I've been told to watch Gravity Falls a few times. It was just a little bit after my time, so it takes a little bit of like getting into for me to actually like watch it. It would be fun to like watch it with a friend or something. I don't know if I am gonna watch it by myself. There's too many things I need to watch by myself. I like these 3 cards. Embracing transition. Beautiful. Embracing transition. Well, you have a lot of things going on in your life right now, Toop. A lot of big transitions going on. Or at least one big one that I'm aware of that I don't need to say openly. We can be as private or as public as you want. That's very exciting about, I don't know, embracing transition. What is that, a Series Present card? Yeah. Series great teachers, great influencers of humanity. So much so that sometimes their lessons are, hey, whoops, did we interfere? Were we trying to control a little bit too much? You don't have to worry about that sort of thing, though, when you just embrace transition. You can trust in the ebbing and flowing of the change itself, as opposed to trying to steer the reins of the transition. Oh, everything has to be perfect. Everything has to be just so, or else my life will fall apart. Not necessarily. Come on. The end of that show made you tear up? Adventure Time? Yeah. Wait, which show are you talking about? Oh, Gravity Falls, I'm assuming. Yeah. Oh, heavens. Yeah, all the music from Adventure Time has really poignant lyrics. That's nice. Oh, just like really just squeezing the bridge of my nose is really nice. Oh my god, chat, thank you for your patience right now. That's very nice. Let's read a little bit about embracing transition. Why not? Why not? Do you like to read, chat? Do you like books? In this time period, the Sirius energy has made an evolutionary transition from fourth density to fifth, which means from physical to non-physical, which means a shift from physical existence to non-physical. I should have just read the rest of the sentence. How about that? Humans are in the process of transitioning from 3D to 4D. Like cetaceans and some other life forms on Earth. So the guidance of Sirius is essential here. Yes, yes. Planetary transition can be a frightening thing because it means leaping into the unknown. Yes. Personally, you are also making a transition to a new level of consciousness. Yes. Let's go. It is important to embrace this transition and trust its process, even if you can't clearly see where it leads. That's okay. The energy of Sirius can help you with this process. A big association with Sirius energy is water, bodies of water, comfort with water, the fluidity of water, the gentle, abiding, unconditional love and awareness of water. It's cool. I haven't been able to pick up anything I really like, so I'm not reading as much. Yeah. I didn't really start reading again until I got into wacky stuff, because I actually wanted to read those books. Like, I don't really like to read fiction anymore. I want to read like stuff that people are trying to prove is fiction. I like reading Bigfoot testimonies and UFO sighting like journals and things like that. And then corroborating all the testimonies and being like, "Oh. Oh," and then reading a bunch of channeled material from like a new age author or something and being like, "Oh, there's like a lot of corroborating stuff here." That's been like my big re-entry into reading in the last like 5 years of my life. I feel like it really has to yank my interest. It really has to pull me in. And in order to do that, at the current chapter that I'm living, it's usually like researching something. Like it's very rare that I like spend a good amount of time and energy on like a fiction novel unless it is written by someone or it is like about like Dune. I want to read because I know that it's very closely tied to a lot of like these themes and stuff. Embracing transition. You're engaged. Unconditional love, beautiful, beautiful. Unconditional love, 7. Arcturus, parallel energy. That's gorgeous. Gorgeous! Oh my god, this is like a really cool, wholesome, relevant reading. Unconditional love. The energy of Arcturus is unconditional love. This is the card that just sort of announces that. Unconditional love is just the foundation of everything. It is everything. And it's one of the most beautiful, comforting experiences. People say, how can everything be unconditional love if war exists? Well, unconditional love loves unconditionally, so we're given choice. How about that as a concept? Bad things can still exist when humans are given choice. The unconditional love to leave the choice up to us. What do we do with our choices? What do we do with our time on the planet? What do we do with our existence in physical reality? It's up to us. We're given that. We're offered infinite choice. I would say that's pretty much, that makes sense in terms of unconditional love. I think often we have connotations about unconditional love where it's like, well, wait, I don't love war. It's like, I know, neither do I. But existence unconditionally loves us enough to give us so much freedom that, number one, we're allowed to commit atrocities, and we're allowed to question whether or not there even is such a thing as unconditional love. That's how much freedom we're given by this concept. Am I getting too off base here? I don't know. That just comes up a lot. A lot of times people are like, why do bad things happen? if everything's love, it's like, well, love isn't necessarily limited to, you know, I hate to use this cliche, but like a Hallmark card or something. Love is like a very powerful, energetic catalyst and like a foundation. It is not necessarily like, I like you, so I'm going to send you a box of chocolates. You know, that's a nice version of love. That's cool. Romantic love, cinematic, romantic, commercial love. That's cool. That's fun. It's nice. But unconditional love, my God, literally, my God, that's the stuff. It is both ether and the other stuff. What would an opposite of ether be? Stuff? I don't know. Let's read about it. Unconditional love. I'm getting off track. What is unconditional love? That's the first sentence of this description. You're absorbing a lot of isekai webtoons with a side of spicy manga. There's infinite ways to think of and express love, and not all of them are healthy. Truth. Material. Ooh, as a foil to ether. I like that. That's interesting. What is unconditional love? Human words cannot adequately define it, as its true nature lies beyond human limitation. However, imagine being seen by the universe for who you are, the darkness and the light, and being infinitely loved no matter what. The Arcturus energy is in total balance and loves and supports humanity in this way. Now it is time to ask yourself these questions. Am I capable of giving unconditional love? Am I capable of receiving it fully? If the answer is no, find out why not. Those answers will reveal your next spiritual lesson. I think it's beautiful. Beautiful! You're going to be exploring this a lot when it comes to marriage. So you've got embracing transition, unconditional love. Oh my God. This is so relevant and so beautiful. Is there anything in the commentary that I want to talk about? I don't know. It's just nice reminders in here. It works with the issue of unconditional love. Ultimately, the universe loves itself unconditionally, but those words actually do not express the pure essence of the idea. Since you are part of the universe, it stands to reason that you, in your true state, love yourself unconditionally too. But once we incarnate as humans, we struggle with accepting and or giving this love, and instead close ourselves off, not only from the universe, but from ourselves as well. That's something that I struggle with a lot. I deal with a lot. It comes up really beautifully in that movie Will and Harper, in a scene that made me cry. So much of my own insecurities, I think, stem from, just speaking for myself, stem from a momentary lapse in self-love, or like a deep-seated, wounded lapse in self-love that I just was not privy to until I turned over the right stone, so to speak. It's okay to love ourselves. I think there's a great fear of slipping into narcissism or arrogance or the negative connotations of things like the ego, I think, when we think about a phrase like self-love. But I think that in my instance, and I'm sure most people's instances, I think I think that it's always safer to love yourself rather than to, hate yourself. Deep polarity. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's about as polarized as it gets. The Orion past is characterized here by deep polarity. The stereotypes of the Orion civilization are like conflict, disagreement, up versus down, left versus right. I think that's going to inherently happen whenever there is a pairing of people. I can't help but focus on the idea of like a romantic relationship, the idea of a marriage. Inevitably, there's going to be some deep polarities. R2 shall be 2, hello. I think inevitably there's going to, because you have two people living together, cohabitating, whatever. Anybody in a relationship, I'm sure, deals with some level of polarity at some point in the relationship. That's not to say that there's a negative attachment to this. It's just something that can be examined and worked through. Why is the webcam all of us? Why are we dark now? What happened? Oh my God. The polarity was so strong that it made my webcam get darker. I'm glad you find it beautiful. I think it's very beautiful as well. I think this is a really strong triptych right here. Embracing transition, unconditional love, those feel very tied together. Unconditional love can allow you to embrace the transition of discovering deep polarity or navigating deep polarity. There's going to be things that you disagree about, and there's going to be a beautiful gift in traversing that disagreement together. Oh my God, you think this way, I think this way, we're sharing a life together. And I unconditionally love you. The partners unconditionally loving each other so that you can embrace the transition of compromise or living in a new way or just embracing the transition together, facing those fears of change together. Can also be deep polarity within yourself. Thank you so much, Shelby. That is a very vital detail to include. Deep polarity within yourself. It does not, I don't mean to keep framing this as a dichotomy between two separate people. I think all of these things can apply to your relationship with yourself as well as your relationship with a partner or someone else. Ultimately, we are all each other anyway. And often it's a safe bet to start with the self before we start pointing any fingers or emotions at people outside of ourselves. This is a really cool reading. Deep polarity. Let's read about it a bit. Cool reading for a cool chatter, who again sounds exactly like this. Hello, I'm Tupa and I ride the subway. I love to deliver parcels and packages to the denizens of New York City. That's what Tupa sounds like. Deep polarity, past. In ancient times, in ancient times, why are we still like this? Okay, thank you. In ancient times, the Orion civilization played out the deepest of polarity during a very dark time in their history. Many souls from Orion eventually came to Earth to heal this polarity through incarnations as humans. If you have pulled this card, then an Orion lifetime of yours still has some influence in your life today. These karmic patterns are ready to be released. And don't worry, it's pretty common. Examine your natural human tendency to polarize in thought and belief and ask the universe to help you heal this. Also know that this is a major issue for the entire planet at this time, and your healing affects the whole as well. That's right. Welcome back, Zequid Sauce. Oh, it's a really beautiful reading. Let's see what kind of purple card you get. I want to see what kind of purple card you get. There's also a lot of commentary, but it's a lot of the commentary is repeating things or leading. It's I want to focus. Just read the channel description and then see where it takes us. Something tells me I'm into something good. Oh, it slid right off. But it's still upside down. So I'm going to keep it upside down. Have you guys ever thought about how beautiful everybody is? One of my favorite childhood memories was like I was at a Magic Mountain. I was like a teenager or something, and I was on like a trolley and I saw like a billion, or not a billion, but there were like 20 people in this little trolley going up this hill, and like all sorts of different types of human beings and all sorts of different types of like appearances and qualities and physical characteristics and stuff. And I was just like, wow, no matter like who you are or what you look like human beings are just like really beautiful. And I was really grateful for that observation as like a young person. Whereas some twerp who grew up in Southern California could have easily developed other standards of what beauty truly is, etc. Shelby, Emily in Paris renewed for season 5. Oh no, why? Why is it so popular? It's such a terrible show. Why do I continue to watch it? I haven't finished the new season. I probably won't. It's an infuriating show, but I watch it sometimes with my parents. I do not find that to be a good show. It is a bad show. Vince is in a cocoon and will emerge in a Lupin soup and butterfly. Is he streaming right now? Is he in a cocoon? Is that like the theme of today's stream? Blast off! All right, Toops. Soulless. Yeah, that's how I would describe it. It's their problems are not real problems, and I don't like that it conditions viewers to like, is an uncomfortable one to watch with family sometimes, where it's like, well, I mean, why don't you just like move to Paris and live like that? At least maybe that's my own projections. What's it gonna be, chat? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be, chat? What's it gonna be? Tooper, you're still here, right? Tooper's still here, right? Tooper's still here, right? Oh, this is exciting. I should do this every time. I am sopping wet right now. This is extremely exciting. All right, I hope no one else in the house heard that. Creativity, beautiful. Sorry to be inappropriate, but I'm not sorry. I'm never sorry. Years later, therapists will tell me that I'm lashing out because I crave attention and companionship. The title of the post I saw had an appropriate emoji. Emily in Paris renewed for season 5. That's so funny. You talk about it at length on the mini episodes. I need to catch up on your mini episodes. Chat, if you've never heard our two Shelby Two's rom-com podcast called The Rom Complex, it's fabulous. When I'm not listening to all my paranormal nonsense podcasts, I'm listening to the Rom Complex when I'm driving to and from events and work. It's extremely cozy. It's extremely fun. The mini episodes are on the Patreon, so you can support them that way to hear bonus content. Well, I'm sorry I haven't been making little Instagram stories like I did a year ago. My energy levels go up and down so much depending on what my focus is on. It's really intense. I just think that I don't know, it's like a good ass podcast. I don't listen to that many podcasts. I only started to do it more so in the last like couple of years. And it's like what I like, as I'm sure you all like, is like an actual like authentic rapport between friends, where it feels like you're in the room with them and they're like talking about something that they both enjoy or they both dislike, but they're doing it as friends, and you get to kind of sit with them and be like, oh, you're friends and I'm your friend too. It's a parasocial relationship. Shelby has several podcasts, or at least like I think the one that's survived right now. I don't know about her other podcasts, but right now we're talking about the Rom Complex, which is Shelby's award-winning, dare I say, podcast about romantic comedies, be they a feature film or even a television show. If you subscribe to her Patreon, my heavens, you could have access to all of these mini episodes. Sorry for blankening. The writing one. Formulaic. That's right. I was in a couple episodes of Formulaic, which was fun because as someone who used to identify as an actor, I took every time I was asked to do that extremely seriously. I would research the entire day. I took that so seriously. Tupper, are you still here? Do you want to hear about creativity? We're gonna read about it regardless of whether or not you're still here. I've gone off to my job. I've got to deliver the milk in Canada. It comes in bags. That's where Tupper is. I think we lost Tupper. That's okay. Tupper's got more important things to do. But let's talk about creativity. I think especially because guess who's real creative? Everybody in chat. Right now we're focusing on Shelby and her creativity. I want to focus on CJ for a second. CJ's creativity. Can you repost your link to your Ko-fi? How do you pronounce that? Is it literally pronounced coffee? Can you repost that? If it's still in your clipboard, if it's too hard to access, that's okay. I can't breathe through my nose today. Oh my god. It makes speaking very difficult. Before I start stream, I just want to get like Neti Pot blasted in the face, and then I can start stream. I haven't done a Neti Pot in maybe 15 years. I've only done it like once. It's one of those things where I didn't realize how like satisfyingly I needed something until I received it. Creativity. Serious initiation. Thinking of creativity as a serious initiation. Your nostrils get upset. You refuse the Neti Pot. Yeah, I've only done it once. I was very freaked out by it. You did it wrong. I mean, it's basically like waterboarding yourself. It's like a controlled drowning. I'm gonna click on this link. Oh, this is cool. This is cool. You're cool. Oh, this is cool. That's cool. 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 Oh wow, the Nessie ink painting. That's cool. 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 Wow. Cool. Kind of like The Abyss. My favorite James Cameron movie. I scoffed when I saw him in the theater the other day. I scoffed at him. I didn't see him in person. But when I was seated for Will and Harper at my at a local Lemley theater. Lamley? They had a thing that it was a Rolex commercial, but it was James Cameron, and he was doing all these like really performative like kinds of shots, and it was like, genius isn't, it's vision is people talk about legacy. I don't know, just he was saying a bunch of nonsense, and it was a Rolex commercial, and I was like, ha, I don't respect this man, but a lot of my friends do. I love The Abyss. It's tears my heart open that he originally wanted the ending to be like an invasion narrative where like humanity gets taken over And I'm like, you fucking idiot. That's so funny. Like, you fucking little boy. Like, I get so irrationally angry with James Cameron. He reminds me of like a son I'm disappointed in. Like I would be like who is so successful and makes such wonderful films, and it had to be about that. You had to promote that narrative. You have this beautiful, and that's little with your little toy guns and your little wars. Child. I am irrationally angry with that man, and there's no. It is offensive. Like my opinions on James Cameron. He is a great filmmaker. He's done a lot for cinema. He also is extremely abusive too. Well, I don't know. Wow. We can't talk about James Cameron in here. Can't do it. It's on the board of banned topics. Hold on. Where's my I have a thing. Hold on. Is that here? Whiteboard. Where is it? Where is it? Please do keep bringing him up because I'm a cinephile, and I love Terminator 2, and I love a lot of stuff that he does. I just I don't like, he pisses me off. Where is it? Dry erase, I think. Yes, here we go. All right, chat, check this out. So I used to be in a big group chat where we eventually had to make a list of banned topics because it would get everyone too riled up. So I made this in Photoshop. Hold on, where are we? Banned topics. Can't talk about Taylor Swift. Can't talk about Cletus the football robot. There was a time 10 years ago where both of any mention of either of those two things in a group chat I was in would throw everyone into a violent frenzy. These were the banned topics. Hold on. What else? We have other banned topics here. Dry erase 2. Wait. No, okay, it's the same thing. Overpopulation. Cosmic unbalance. See, okay, well, this was a Thanos meme. Okay, so we were having some fun here, chat. You see? Okay. What's this? That's Thanos. How many Thanoses do I have? Oh, I had to like make a bunch. Don't we have like more than this? I had one where she was talking about how she knew that you were looking at her butt. I had one that was like that. And a friend was like, wow, that's kind of dark. I'm like, well, is it wrong? Is it inaccurate? And they're like, no, we were looking at her butt. Anyway. So I'm putting James Cameron here right next to Cletus the football robot. That's so stupid. Okay. No, we can talk about James Cameron. I'd love to talk about James Cameron all day long. The Rolex commercial was so goofy, though. It was so goofy. We lost Tooper. Tooper's not here. Let's talk about creativity. What the heck? My creativity flows into every moment of my life. Creativity is the art of living fully. Each moment has creative potential. Hi, Word.
The Syrians understand creative flow is vital to life. It renews, expands, and enriches life. Even numbers can be exciting to an accountant that is in love with life. What a funny example. Creativity is your avenue to sharing your unique light with the world. There is no mistake that is possible. There is no validation that is needed. Only a joy within the experience of a creative moment. Sometimes art is created from a painful experience. To create is to give life. What was painful is given new life as it becomes healed into strength, release, teaching, compassion, and growth. This can be accomplished with a mere smile or a kind word. It need not be an artistic production. This card asks you to open to creating the new without fear. Appreciate your talents and share your unique light. Appreciate the talents of others and allow them to inspire you past a moment of pain into self-love and new potential. Find your voice in the song of life and sing it loud and proud. The light language is stimulating your innate creativity and enhancing the mundane into the mundance of life. It literally says that, chat. It literally says that. Enhancing the mundane into the mundance of life. We just lost that exposure for a second. It is releasing your fears of judgment so you can express your heart's delight. Appreciate your talents and weaknesses as equally beneficial. Take up a creative pursuit, not for success, but for joy. Push yourself beyond your comfort zone and enjoy the exciting fear of the unknown of creativity. Approach conversation and relationship as a creative exchange. What a concept. I'm not going to apologize for my opinions on James Cameron. I don't care. I don't care how many gift subs everyone gives to Word Another Word. I won't do it. Whoa, Zequid. That's a wild emote. It's good to see you, Word. What a cool... I don't think that Tooper stuck around for the ending, but that's okay. I think Tooper got what they needed out of the reading. These tend to go way too long anyway, and Tooper's got work to do. So this is pretty cool. Who's up next? I know that... hold on. Gorgeous. Barely stable. Self-destructive fallen angel. Yeah, hey. We have CJ, we have Zequid. We have CJ and Zequid, I think that's... And then Plant Danny. Is that okay? Is everyone here? Does CJ want a reading? You're here? AWOL? AWOL, are you in here? AWOL, did you join the thing? Normal about it. There is nothing supernatural about it. It is normal. It is natural. I'm going into Kohl's to get shoes for my friend's wedding this weekend. That's fun. That's fun. Can't hear redeems. That's weird. Oh, probably because it's muted. Thank you for saying that. Let's redeem that one more time.
There is nothing paranormal about it. There is nothing supernatural about it. It is normal. It is natural.
What a concept. What a concept. Not so far-fetched, eh? That's something that I fear about embarking on a path of ministry. I fear that I'm too far gone. Do you know what I mean? Like, so much of ministry is like connecting people toward something, and I worry that I'm like way too far out in left field, and I don't know if I can relate to someone over here anymore. It's hard for me. I guess grounding techniques help. Hanging out in social situations helps. Eating dirt might help. Any way to ground the self, I suppose. I look like I'm on a sitcom. It's Pander's house. What would the name of a sitcom where it was my house? What would that be? And I'm just always trying to like get everything in order in the house, and my teenagers, my teenage children, and they're all James Cameron. I have like triplet sons, and they're all James Cameron. Like, oh geez, oh sorry, oh no. I explored really mature themes in this movie I just made, but no one's gonna care because it's got a bunch of stupid fucking laser beams. Swan Lakeview Terrace. I have never seen that movie. Next Star Pals episode. There you go. Pander's Penthouse. What if I answered the door in a smoking jacket with a pipe like Hugh Hefner and was like, charmed, I'm sure. What if I said that? What if I said charmed, I'm sure? Oh, I don't know if I'd put James Cameron triplets into a Star Pals episode. I always try to I try to make sure that the references aren't too specific. But there are a couple of references in Star Pals that are like a little too specific. You're just being clever. She'll be so clever. Panda Express. We live on a train. That's funny. That's cute. All right. Who's up? Who is this? Is this CJ? This is CJ. We're doing CJ right now. Everybody calm down. I can't talk or breathe. Wow. I can breathe. I can talk. I can see. I can fight. Does anyone know what that's from? That's a reference from the 90s or early 2000s. The line is, I can see. I can fight. I think that, you know, I'm not even sure. I was going to say it's from Dexter's Lab, but I think it's not from Dexter's Lab. I think it's from a different cartoon. There's like a kid who loses his glasses. He can't see, and then he puts his glasses on, and then he gets like super ripped. What is that from? That's from one of those. It's either a Cartoon Network or a Nickelodeon cartoon. What is that from? Chat. I'll go easy on you. What's this from? I can fly. He can fly. He can talk. I know. No, it is. It's Fairly Odd Parents. It's Fairly Odd Parents. Yeah, the I can fight. Yeah, that's from Fairly Odd Parents. Yeah. Thank you. I know. I thought it was Dexter for a second, but it's totally Fairly Odd Parents. But the I don't remember the exact order, but it's like, he can fly. I can fly. He can talk. What is it? Like, I'm flying. He's flying. Or I killed it as Wanda. Thank you so much. That was the best, because she has such a distinct voice, and I can actually like do that voice kind of, sort of, or something that is like can make the mind think of that voice. My worst performance, I think, was as Jennifer Aniston, because I am not a fan of the show Friends. And I don't know any of... I don't even know her name in the show. Syndication? What is her name? Jabitha? Frem? Just to be the character, exactly. I like to do impressions, though. It is from Shrek, yeah. He can fly, I can fly. He can talk. It's not even a funny line. It's just, I just love Shrek. You got 10 grams of perp for $20? Wow. Sheesh. Sheesh. That sounds nice. I don't really remember what pricings are, but I feel like that's a dang bargain. I love the movie Shrek. Like, I think it's just a fantastic film. Every now and then, like, I want to put it in my Letterboxd top 4. Like, it's not even an ironic thing. It's like, it's a good, like, the movie is inherently ironic. It's a satire, it's a parody, but it's also a really, really good story on its own. Bro. Rachel. Oh, thank you. Named after the haircut. Ugh. See, I will go on a tirade against James Cameron, and I will make preach a sermon about Shrek. It is, I am not someone who to be listened to, chat. I can't lead your country. I mean, I could, but are you going to vote for me after the things I've said about James Cameron and Shrek? It's up to you. It's in your hands, chat. The fate of the country, the fate of the world even. I'm going to be so excited when I live to see the day where the political rhetoric extends beyond the borders of a single nation. That shit is so old hat. That shit is so tiresome in my opinion. Sorry for bringing that energy into the shuffle. But
and Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you, John
Swan
Tenney.
won that.
Thank you,
Swan won
Jess.
that.
Thank you so much. Shrek's parody humor infected non-parody works after. Yeah. And I maintain that the first one is the best one. Lots of people are like, Shrek 2, Shrek 2. Ugh. Not in my opinion. Shrek 2 has way too many ha 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 pop culture references. Not for me. Shrek 1. I mean, yeah, there's one or two pop culture references, but it's pretty reined in. It's pretty tight. It's a very tight script. Very quick, fast, funny, extreme attention to detail of animation of that time. It's just it's a good fucking movie. Shrek 2 is great too. Whatever. Shrek 3, I can't even remember. Shrek Rumpelstiltskin. Yeah, he has babies and stuff. That's great. But the first one, it's such a queer narrative. Can we talk about how queer the narrative of Shrek is? There's a reference to the Matrix fight, sure. Panda is the hero we deserve, but not the one we need right now. That's true. There's a moment where Fiona jumps up and the camera spins around her like the Edward Muybridge shot in The Matrix with Trinity. And I don't mean to comment on a lady's appearance, but she is just fucking... I'm about to be as creepy as humanly possible, but she's a beautiful angel when she transforms at the end into an ogre. And as a human, she's a vile creature. just a wretched thing. Okay. CJ, can you give me 3 numbers between 1 and 9? If you still are willing to follow me after the things I've said about James Cameron and Shrek. Do you know how mishandled that movie would have been if James Cameron had anything to do with it? What a stupid hypothetical to conjure up. James Cameron's Shrek. Ugh. Stuck with an ad? Oh, okay. No worries. No rush. We can keep talking about movies. Hey, everyone. Will and Harper is in theaters now, and it's going to be on Netflix on the 27th of September. It's the best movie I've seen all year. I'm extremely happy that the movie was made. Show everyone you know. Show it to your parents. Show it to your family. Hey, welcome back, CJ. Thank you so much for waiting out that ad. Yes, could you give me 3 numbers between 1 and 9?
Will and Harper. It's a significant film, in my opinion. It will, I think, quite directly change hearts and minds as it is more widely viewed. I think it's 5, 6, 7. Thank you. A 5, 6, 7, 8. And a Scooby-Doo, Bam-ba-doo, and a Scooby-Doo on the Monster Island. A Scooby-Doo, doo, 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 boo. Will it be quotable as Anchorman? Yes. I think so. A 5, a 6, and a 7. If you're trans, it has like a few moments where I'm just like, I like straight up like clapped in the theater at a couple moments and like nodded very like visibly because I knew there were people sitting behind me and I was like in one of the like furthest rows in the forward. And I just wanted to be like, yes, I have never seen someone articulate that on film before. And that is something I've been feeling since childhood. Thank you for saying that out loud. Thank you for expressing that to Will Ferrell, who is sincerely taking in the information in a way that is like heart-wrenchingly moving. Thank you so much. Like without this movie, there would be so many people who would never even consider like anything about transness. And because of the vehicle of Will Ferrell, there will be so many people who this reaches. Whether or not they have the patience to sit through like a sincere documentary road movie is up to them. But he certainly is the spoonful of sugar that helps the medicine go down for people who are confused or icked out or ignorant or whatever, or just not familiar, shall we say. It's a good movie. It's one of those movies where it's like, oh, this is probably going to save someone's life. Like this will stop like a suicide. This is it's a good movie. Not to hype it up too much. Okay. I'm sure Anchorman stopped a few suicides. Anyone who loves lamp? Ooh, spicy, 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 spicy. I like this. I like the spice. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Balance. How fun. Okay. Balance. Sorry. Balance. Arcturus, parallel, balance. Arcturus parallel, number 9. You're reminded that Coles is ass. Afternoon. I'm sleepy. Good afternoon, Zasia. I'm Pander Sarah. How are you, Sleepy? Oh, we're doing a reading for CJ. Balance. Arcturus parallel balance. I love Arcturus. I'm glad that we've gotten a few Arcturus cards today. That's pretty cool. Let's read. Let's read about it. Let's figure it out. Welcome, Sleepy. I'm Dad. The Arcturus energy exists with its polarities totally balanced. Because one polarity isn't stronger than another, its energy appears very gentle. But don't let that gentleness fool you. The power of its balanced energy can dramatically open your heart and mind when you connect with it. When you feel the need for balance, call on the Arcturus energy to guide you. Use the colors of pastel pink and pastel green to represent the energy. Let it wash over your body. If you chose this card, the energy of Arcturus is calling to you. Open your heart and listen. I'm going to read a little bit of the commentary.
Even though we experience the reality of polarity as a theme for this journey, there are cosmic guides who still resonate with the frequency of balance and help remind us of our true state of existence. That's one of the primary roles of Arcturus. No matter how chaotic our reality becomes, internally or externally, the Arcturus energy is there as a stable, healing energy that we can access to help us remember our true state of being. For some reason, I don't know what this has to do with this reading, but I was, the latest Red Letter Media video on YouTube is they're going to do a paranormal investigation. Like, they're actually going to do it. It makes me feel like the 15 years of following and watching their videos is finally like paying off in some weird synchronistic way. Like, they said they're not going to fake anything. They were like really insistent about that. They still might. I don't know. It's just like a part 1 now. I know Tenny watches Red Letter Media, so it's interesting. I don't agree with pretty much almost anything they said about, ghost hunting or whatever, but it doesn't matter. They're going to do it. They're going to try it. They're going to go to a place and they're bringing equipment, and that's exciting to me. I don't know. They seem like more open to it than they're all like pretty skeptical, but anyway, I don't know why this is coming up. We're focusing on CJ's reading right now. Balance. Power of Sound? Really? This card is such a conundrum to me sometimes. Power of Sound. Power of Sound. Manifesting the non-physical into the physical. Everything is vibrations. Harnessing. That's always what comes up for me with Power of Sound. It's like harnessing. Like, you have this idea, you want to harness it into physical reality or manifest, like wielding it in a way that's useful to you. Power of Sound can obviously mean things that are literal, like music, sound therapy, what have you, different modalities, what have you. That's what you look like right now? You look like this? Ooh. I mean, yeah, it's right there in the illustration. This material is coming out of their mind, out of their imagination, and they get to manipulate it into the physical space. It's a beautiful card. I think sometimes I have trouble deciphering this card because it's almost a reminder. It's like, hey, like, there's a physical aspect to all of this. Like, we can talk intellectually about balance or unconditional love or forgiveness or whatever, but the power of sound is that, like, let's put it into practice. Let's put it into action. Figuring out your Twitch stream setup. Yeah. Oh, yeah, totally. That you're all oogie boogie noodles. Yeah. Oogie boogie noodles. 'Cause I'm the boogeyman. That's funny, in the latest Woo Pod, Tenny had to be told that Nightmare Before Christmas is actually a Henry Selick movie. Henry Selick, we all know and love. Coraline, etc. Nightmare Before Christmas was written by Tim Burton. It is not directed by Tim Burton. That's one of those common things. Need to go and get that new phone? Have a good one. Have a good one, AWOL. Thanks for hanging out. Enlightenment. Cool. This is a rather comforting reading, I would say. Balance, enlightenment, power of sound. Zeta Reticuli future. A lot of balance involved in the enlightenment of the Zeta Reticuli in this future time stream where there's been a mutual exchange of information between them and us and them. Oh my God, you're so alien to us. Oh my God, we're so alien to you. What can you tell us about logic, reason, technology? What can you tell us about emotions, love, passion? How can we share? How can we hybridize? How can we integrate each other's differences and push forward into a state of enlightenment? Power of sound. The physicalization of the goals. Setting up your Twitch stream. I imagine there's a lot of themes of all these, but in the more like metaphorical sense, I guess. Taking this as I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's always a safe bet. Very rarely, I think, is there going to be a reading that's like, stop what you're doing, like turn around, because you'll figure that out for yourself. Like when we talk about the concept of like mistakes or something, is a mistake ever really a mistake if you got to learn the lesson that it was an unpreferable choice or whatever? You know what I mean? But that comes down to semantics and how we use definitions and how we use language and stuff. It's useful to have definitions that are agreed upon so we can communicate with each other. Sending hugs to the Zetas. Yeah. Let's read about power of sound and enlightenment. Sound represents the physicalization of spiritual energy into a frequency that can be accessed in our reality. The ancient Vegans were masters of sound and used it for everything from healing to warfare. The practice of chant or mantra has its origins in Vegan mysticism and has spread to many planets, including Earth. If you've received this card, then you have past experience using sound to alter consciousness, either for positive or negative purposes. This positive skill or negative karmic control pattern is returning. Explore the power of sound as a next step in your spiritual evolution. Talks about chanting, talks about Om, meditation techniques, etc. 97. I think like a big theme though for that card for me is always that aspect of like it representing the physicalization of spiritual energy into a frequency that can be accessed in our physical reality. Like we can talk about abstract concepts all day, but how do we allow them to shape our physical environment? 97. Enlightenment, Zeta's future. The Zetas had a tangible experience of moving from fear to awakening, but it was not an easy one. Through this crisis, they had to first learn to embrace emotion as a valid part of existence, and then, at the same time, not attach to emotion, but rise above it. Oh, yeah, CJ, that's a good point. Yeah. Encountering this paradox was essential to their transformation as a species. This paradox of embracing emotion as a valid part of existence, but at the same time not attaching themselves to the emotions. The same lesson is being asked of you now. Embrace and honor all aspects of who you are, even those you don't like. At the same time, know that mind, emotions, and body are not who you are. Expand your consciousness beyond them. This is enlightenment. Wow. I need to shower. Let's pull a purple card for you. I just want to cut the deck. Health. Awesome. Health.
Heath. Health. Health. Lyra awareness. My whole being is improving. My whole being is improving. My whole being. My whole being. My whole being is improving. My whole being is improving. Your health entails balance physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. Growth is best served with small, sustainable changes that support progress over time. Proper nutrition, rest, and exercise promote increased energy and better hormone secretion, which enhances mental and emotional health. Spiritual health keeps you focused on loving improvement and your interconnection with all life, evolving you rapidly. That's exciting. This card is reminding you to seek balance in all areas of your life. The Lyrans found balance after experiencing imbalance, especially on a spiritual level. When they discovered they were feeding or avoiding negativity, they realized how to balance all areas for greater health. For greater health, small but consistent improvement builds health. If thoughts or emotions are dominating you, seek to heal within. Nurture your physical body with more joy. Balancing your health isn't always easy because disease can stir great fear. Maintain your focus on a holistic flow of improvement, even as you seek outside assistance when necessary. The light language is supporting you to discover new healthy habits, seek support, and build empowered communication within yourself. Create healthy habits and small steps of change. Reconcile your insecurities and fears. Seek spiritual growth through finding love in the process of life, even during challenge. That's nice. Find fun ways to improve, like dancing, art, and group activities. My whole being is improving. For your health. That's very nice. What an interesting reading. A lot going on here. Excited to see your Twitch stream come together. Or whatever it ends up being. There's no coffee in this. For your health. Yeah. I think you're very much on a very healthy path. I think that if you're passionate about your path, I think it's inherently healthy. I think if it brings joy to your life, I think it's inherently healthy. Hold on. I need to clear out some of these names. Zequid, are you here? Oh no, I did that thing where I accidentally cut half the deck and now half the cards are upside down. That damn thing that I do sometimes. Oh, mother of God! These cards are so slippery. What just popped out? Was it 2 cards? Was it 3 cards? Oh, I've read these before. Divine Union, that's interesting. Oh, that's the sexy card. Divine Union. That's like what a grandma would call sexy times. Wow, I'm really losing it, chat. I don't think I should be allowed to talk about any of the things. Oh, disclaimer for anyone who's lurking, I'm often wrong. Thank you. That was today's disclaimer. But I haven't been wrong in 100 years. In that same group chat that the banned topics dry erase board was introduced in, I used to say that a lot. I'd always be like, you know, I recognize that I'm often wrong. And my friend Samir one time was like, you know, but you're often right too. And I was like, oh, stop.
But it was something I needed to hear, I guess. Capitalism hates your feet? Boy, that requires explanation. Some OnlyFans content creators would argue the opposite. I think I'm just going to go home and hope the power is back on. Yeah, I'm sorry your power keeps going out. Who is next? Is it Zequid? Zequid's next. And then I think Danny after that. Oh my god, my brain, I'm all over the place right now. I can't understand what's happening. I think I need to take like a 2-second break and use the facilities. We've been streaming for 3 hours. I'm allowed to take a break. I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. My feet are small and wide and have high arches, and it's very hard to find formal shoes that don't make me want to keel over. For sure, I'm sorry about that. Small and wide with high arches. Wow. Okay, here comes the... Bring on the piss.
5 North Avenue 52.
What is it?
Janie's finally awakening.
Is she okay?
I don't know.
I'll get the grappling hook.
What?
Jane, it's okay. I've installed a grappling hook. I didn't think this through. Jane, please, calm down. You're disrupting the fabric of reality itself.
Welcome back. Nice to see you awakening. Be careful not to push too hard. If you try to fix everything yourself, you will only continue the game. Remember? You learned this here from vegan mysticism.
Vegan mysticism?
Vegan. Greetings, Pops. Welcome to Mars.
Mars? Like Mars, the fourth planet from the sun? Isn't it supposed to be red?
It is in many cycles.
Oh, well, hi, Jane. Hi, Pops. Nice to see you here. Ooh, I remember this exchange, Trippy.
Janet, what on earth is going on? Are we in the past or present or future?
Ha! Good old Pops, always cracking jokes.
She never explains anything.
Have faith, friends. Trust in the universe.
Now, I don't mean to sound like a sack of sad potatoes, but how are we supposed to have faith in a universe that's always falling apart?
Things always fall apart and things rise together. If you push against pushes back. You are not victims until you decide you are victims.
Oh, well, that's very convenient. Jane, you understand ambiguous gibberish. Why aren't you saying anything?
She already knows this to be true. She merely needed a reminder.
A reminder of what? Complacency? She's not one to just stand by and let all of the bad guys take over.
You think and speak of two opposing sides. This is an illusion. there is always a third. A third which balances and brings unity. A third which bridges and encompasses the first and second. This is the alchemy brewing within the people of your planet. It is a shift that occurs each time your sun passes around the center of your galaxy.
Oh, for heaven's sake, once again we find ourselves standing in front of some stranger learning lessons.
Okay.
Where even are we? What is this place?
This is a school.
Oh, well, I suppose that is a little more appropriate in that context. Sorry, what was this alchemy you were going on about?
It is serious alchemy.
Oh no, I get that. I'm taking this as seriously as I can.
No, it is a serious lesson.
Yes, I understand that now. Trust me, I don't mean to make any more jokes about this.
The star system.
What?
It is serious.
You've made that abundantly clear.
I do not think that I have.
Okay, let's go again from the top.
Seriously?
Oh, just having a bit of fun. I knew what you meant the whole time. Telepathy and all of that.
Well, I'm glad that you are enjoying yourself. Remember, having faith does not mean living in complacency. Life is best lived when we follow our excitements and passions. Let your heart guide you on your path, and you will help your people organically, inevitably. You are a fractal. What you feel is felt by the collective. So, if you believe the universe renders you helpless,
Then we are deciding to remain helpless. Will my people see peace in our lifetime?
you will
If
if...
we look for it within. You know, I think I actually understood the lesson today.
It is what you have always known.
I do have one more question. Why her?
Who do you mean? You all carry this understanding within you. You all share the same path.
Holy Zamboni! So any one of us can do what she does?
Of course. As you can see, you already are. This is far more than just her story. Anyone, in any time, may be a conduit for the divine.
Hi. I'm back. Sequid, it is time for your reading. Settle in, get cozy. There we go. Okay. Hmm. 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 Sequid, can you give me 3 numbers between 1 and 9? 555? 537? Thank you. Are you into repeated numbers? Angel numbers, so forth? You've commented on them a few times today. Hmm. Hmm. What up, monster? Busy today? All good. Well, I think most people are lurking. I went on a tirade about James Cameron, and people said, no more of this. All right, Sequid, are you ready? Are you ready for this? The great reveal of the first card. Very exciting, very exciting. Ooh, we're so close. I really like doing this. This is nice. Arrogance. 18, one of my favorite numbers of all time. Arrogance. We started the stream off with arrogance. I was talking about arrogance in the beginning of the stream. Arrogance. 18. Lyra, present. Interesting concept to start right off with. Arrogance. Let's read about it. 18. Saw a taco truck the other day that was all decked out in Avatar art, and I instantly thought... I get so irrationally angry at that man. I saw a great documentary called Will and Harper. It's going to be on Netflix at the end of the month, but I got to see it in a theater a couple of days ago. And before the preview started, there was a Rolex commercial starring James Cameron, and it was so goofy. It was so goofy. So goofy. Ahem. One of the more negative Lyran traits is that of arrogance, the belief that only they know what is best. In ancient days, they pushed their agenda and beliefs on many civilizations, resulting in dire consequences. Humans have this tendency as well. Hello. Often the intentions are good, but the outcome is not. Examine your own inner motivation for the things that you do. Is there a feeling of superiority? Conversely, is there a feeling of inferiority within you? This is an ancient pattern. Do not concern yourself with others' opinions or actions. Tend your own garden, which leads to true inner peace. Yeah, I definitely deal with this a lot. I either have a superiority or an inferiority complex, depending on whose energies I happen to be channeling in the moment. Balance is a nice goal to strive for. What's this next card going to be? What's this next card going to be? What's this next card going to be? What are we going to do here? What is this? What is this next card going to be? What do you think? What do we think it's going to be, huh? What do we think? What do we think? Oh my God. It could be anything. It could be so many different things. Ooh. Embracing family. 80. Zeta Reticuli present. Beautiful. Another present card. Embracing family. There seems to be a self-awareness with this repeated present card theme. Arrogance. Embracing family. Sometimes we can play out that dynamic of the inferiority or superiority within our relationships with our family members as well. Embracing family, navigating those teeter-totters, the seesaw. 80. When we live in fear, we live in isolation. We often withdraw from those we love in order to protect ourselves. The Zetas did this as they passed through their species crisis. But now that the crisis has been averted, they are reaching out to their family, genetic and spiritual, who helped them in their darkest hour. It's time for you to do the same. Even if life is still difficult, open yourself to receive the support and love from your family, whether it is a genetic or spiritual family. Do not be afraid to show your true self to them, and know that they will love and support you unconditionally. Perhaps you are coming out of a time of isolation now because you did not want to burden your loved ones with your pain or suffering, and you are wishing to reconnect with family once again, or perhaps you are still in isolation. If that is the case, the card is telling you to open your heart once again and reach out to your family, of all types, as well as your universal family. It is safe. You can do it. That's beautiful. There can be arrogance in us locking ourselves away, isolating ourselves from family. There can be a great deal of arrogance in that. Oh, I know what's best. I need to control the situation with my family. I can't be with them at this time. That's what's best for all of us. I think there can be a level of arrogance to that. Thinking that isolating oneself. I mean, obviously you need to do what you need to do for safety and to support yourself. But what about chosen family, etc.? All right, let's get on to this third card. 1887. Unconditional Love. This is the second time we've pulled this card today. Unconditional Love. Arcturus parallel. I love that there's been clear themes today. I think unconditional love, yeah. Embracing family, even when arrogance is a spice in the stew of embracing family. Unconditional love. That's the broth right there. That's the broth in the soup of family. Because even if you feel superior, or even if you feel inferior, even if there is an imbalance that is created out of arrogance, family is still able to be embraced through unconditional love. And that's important. That's beautiful. That's very sweet. This is a very sweet reading. We already read about unconditional love, but maybe something will pop up. Yeah, human words cannot adequately define this, as its true nature lies beyond human limitation. Imagine being seen by the universe for who you are, the darkness and the light, and being infinitely loved no matter what. The Arcturus energy is in total balance and loves and supports humanity in this way. That sounds like embracing family to me. It embraces our light and dark sides totally. There it even uses the word embrace. Now it is time to ask yourself these questions. Am I capable of giving unconditional love? Am I capable of receiving it fully? If the answer is no, find out why not. This will reveal your next spiritual lesson. Without getting too personal, I imagine that this resonates with you on some level. I like the introduction of the spicy arrogance. You also talked about embracing Zetas. Yeah, absolutely. You did talk about that. You did talk about that earlier. You're embracing your Zeta family. That's beautiful. There can be a mutual exchange of unconditional love. That's really wonderful. I really like that. I like that there's this cute vibe to the illustrations. So often I think when we're presented culturally with Zeta beings, it's like it's a very, scary, cold, unfeeling, unemotional alien. Once again, James Cameron comes up. Embracing family. They're just people. That was one of my favorite things, like early on when I started to get really, really into Sasquatch stuff. Shrek is a great movie also. Yeah. Hey, Canadian Nut. I like that ghost emote. That's super cute. That rocks. That's so cute. That's like the perfect emote. It's like, what's beneath this ghost? It's love. It's all just love. That's really cute. Let's see what your Ascension card is going to be. Let's see what that is. That's so funny. I think I have to pee again. It's only been 20 minutes. Oh my god. It's freaking coffee. Oh, I'm trying to get so good at like being fast without knocking it off the side of the table. This deck is super slippery though. You always have to pee. I'm not even putting these into piles anymore. I'm just like putting them down in a line. Just seeing what happens. I kind of prefer that. Let's just do that. That's a way to shuffle. That's a way to shuffle. Just putting a pile into another pile but it's spread out more under the guise of being. See, look, I'm not even shuffling this. I'm just putting them all back in the same order. They're just spread out. That's so funny. This is a complete like farce. This is a complete falsehood. What is this card? Patience. Patience and clarity. Let's focus. We've focused on clarity. Patience and clarity go well together. Lyra and Pleiades. And so that's what we will focus on. Patience. It can require patience when we embrace family, if there's arrogance present. Unconditional love. To understand the, I believe to understand unconditional love with clarity, it can require patience. Otherwise, there's conditions being attached to it. Called you out on going too fast. That's right. Oh yeah, the progressive desires. I remember that. Interesting. Let's talk about patience. Whoops. Patience. Patience is an open, peaceful, and creative state. Patience is not just waiting, it is peace in action, a deep knowing of your ability to create with life. The Lyrans discovered patience was a powerful creative state. Patience can be challenging when you worry. Worry is not only unproductive towards solution, but it releases stress hormones that affect your health. Patience is your gift to yourself as you remain calm and know that life will still be purposeful, benevolent, and solution will flow to you. Sorry, I was checking the time. I have an interview that I have to do later. We have a lot of time, don't worry. Patience is peace in action. It re-emphasizes that. As you remain calm, you are able to recognize solution when it is presented, rather than doubting or missing the signals of life. This card is asking you to examine your fears that life will only disappoint you. When you know all is well, patience is easier. When you are in fear or doubt, you create and react with fear. Patience is just a matter of releasing worry to relax your mind and body, to open to a new solution. Challenge is just an opportunity to learn and transform. As you practice patience, you recognize solution more easily and enjoy your life more through the process. The light language is soothing you into more patience with yourself, others, and with the flow of life. And the flow of life. It is releasing your fears of unfulfillment and showing you your deep capability to create from peace. The unseen flow of life is creating change for the better. More time is needed as additional information forms. Relax into this moment, for it is benefiting you in many ways. You are capable of handling your challenges with ease. Let's talk about clarity. Oh my God. I wish my sinuses had clarity right now. Chill. Chill, Winston. Pleiades. Clarity. There you are. My clarity increases with my peaceful awareness. So what was patience? Peace in action? Holy shit. That's Chris. Thank you so much, Chris Mack. Thank you for those 500 bits. Oh my God. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. I'm going to make alerts that are bit oriented, that are basically, if people think, holy fuck,
fucking shit, you
Holy
guys.
fucking
Big
shit,
Five
you
is
guys.
having a huge inventory blowout. They're slashing their prices in every department. 70% off all soft stacks. Those are men's casual shoes. It's the lowest price of the year.
You can save $94.
On this trampoline that has a safety enclosure. It's 12 feet. You want boxing gloves? We got them. You want fucking knives? We've got them. A gun? I've never seen savings like this before. Oh my god, it opens! These camel cargo pants have 6 pockets! Nike swoosh breast cancer headbands! You need a chair with its own awning? Or a crossbow? Sweet merciful lord, you can get an NBA replica basketball for $25! I must have died and gone to fucking heaven if all bicycles are 10% to 30% off! This is all great, but what I'm really in the market for is some shoes! Oh my...
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chris Mack, for playing Big Five Blowout for 500 bits. Thank you so much. I need to make some bit alerts where a little person pops up and goes, Pander, shut the fuck up. I want to do that. Or, Pander, you're super wrong about that thing that you're talking about right now. Because I know that people just lurk in chat and they're like, if we could pay money to tell Pander that she's wrong about something, oh, I want to pay so much money. I want to just slap my bits on the table so that I can argue with Pander Sarah. They're all out to get me, Chris. Don't you see? Everyone. It's the whole world. I'm not paranoid. Thank you so much for those. Wow. 1,000 bits in total. Thank you so much. Your generosity is enormous. I wish you great luck and love and great legs broken for your panel on Friday. I will definitely be joining you guys on Sunday. I'm not sure about Friday or Saturday yet, but I will definitely be joining y'all on Sunday night. And I even got myself a little cheap hotel room on the way back in case I get too sloshed, which I don't really see that happening. But maybe I will. I don't know. I wanted to keep the option open. I'm trying to be an adult. I swear to God. I'm trying so hard to be an adult. I don't know what that means. I guess for me, it just means not having anxiety about booking a hotel room or finding parking. I'm just trying to be an adult. I work hard at my jobs. I'll get a paycheck. I can afford a room somewhere for me to go and have diarrhea, sex, if I need to. I'm an adult. These are things that I can afford. God bless. Thank you for the bits. Clarity. Having clarity about one's own agency when it comes to meeting up with friends, attending events. Not letting my anxiety stop me from doing things. Whew! My clarity increases with my peaceful awareness. Clarity utilizes all your senses, both physical and intuitive, or clair senses, clairaudience, clairvoyance, etc. Clairdanes, to filter information that is beneficial to you. The Pleiadians know clarity as a state of peace, and we were talking about peace, patience being peace in action. What a fun concept that is. In order to be open to receive new information, a relaxed and open state is necessary. Otherwise, fear, worry, and doubt cloud your visionary abilities. When you are in a state of clarity, you may not have all the answers. Oh my god, Zequid Sauce, thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my god, we have a hype train incoming. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. A choo-choo. It's a hype train. It's a hype train. Oh my god, I have to play music now? Chat. It's a hype train. What music are we going to play, chat? Chat. It's a hype train. How long do we have? 4.5? I have songs that are that length. 4.5? Let's do, this is a good song. It's gonna be loud. the hype train.
If we did this.
You're on my shoulders.
And Margaret can go over here and chat. She can go down there. Where should Anne Margaret go? Is there no place for Anne Margaret? I guess there's no place for Anne Margaret. Should be with chat over here. Yeah, get it, Zequitas. We need to find another song. We have 2 minutes left in the hype train. Find another song. Find another song. Find another Pander Sarah song. Let's do an old classic. Cody goes way out and hunts lizards. Cody goes. Classic Pander Sarah song. Classic Pander Sarah track right here. Wait, Anne Margaret should be up here. What are we gonna do with Anne Margaret? Okay. She can just hang out with the Yeti from Rudolph. Hey! Hey!
Yeah, it's the worst.
I did it by myself.
Before I knew how to put low end into my songs.
Sick of wanting to fly, sick of waiting to die, sick of waiting for the whole world to be right. Nobody knows what
It's an old Pander Sarah song.
the sounds of your cries, sorrow in their eyes. Sick of the ways of hate and despise.
Old. Oh my god, Chris Mack, thank you. Or Zequid, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Chris Mack. Thank you. Figure out what to do with these dancing, twerking skeletons. What are you doing, Anne Margaret? What are you doing, Anne Margaret? Thank you so much for the hype train. Oh my god, wait, there's a whole other, we have 4 more minutes left of the hype train. Oh my god. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna play? What are we gonna do? Thank you so much.
Sick of wanting to fly, sick of waiting to die, sick of waiting for the whole world
Old.
to be right. Nobody knows what is
Thank you so much. Thank you.
sounds of your cries, sorrow in your eyes.
god, we have 3 more minutes left in the hype train. What are we gonna play? What are we gonna play? What are we gonna what are we gonna do? Excuse me. Oh my gosh. We could play Houseboat. That's a good idea, actually. That's a party song. What is this? What's playing right now? Oh, Juan, thank you so much for cheering 100 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh. Contributing to the hype train. We're on a level 2 hype train. We have 2 minutes left. Where's Houseboat? Where's Houseboat? Is this it? Yeah. Fans of Star Pals will recognize this from Star Pals. We need to, like, make the colors of these guys, like, more exciting. Let's, yeah, that's what's up. Now we're talking. See? Do you see? Do you understand? Cotton candy. That's fucking cool. Accents his titties. See what we can do with Anne Margaret. Let's get like real jiggy with it here. Whoa. 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 Old pander. That's pretty good. This is my brother in a walkie-talkie. We have 15 seconds left in the hype train. Thank you so much to everyone who contributed to the hype train. Oh my god. All of you are so cool. All of you are so special. Thank you so much for listening to my music and dancing with me. Uh-oh. Wait, that should be above that. Yeah, there you go. There you go, dancing skeleton. There you go, dancing skeleton. Cool. Thank you so much for that hype train, guys. It was a lot of fun. Whoops. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. This is what I look like. This is what I actually look like. Sorry to disappoint you, chat. Mike Wazowski. I need more water, chat, is what I need. I also need to pee again. I'm so sorry. Here's Star Pals. I'll be back in like a minute.
Very love. Let me guess, she's the bright one. Not bad looking on camera, though.
I don't know. Enough of this. Young lady,
Old man.
have you seen anything of note during your time here?
Other than the chupacabra?
Yes, have you found any records or old documents or...
No. Unfortunately, the whole building's been cleared out. There remains quite the heavy energy in here, though. You feel it, right?
Yes, I know it all too well.
What were you looking for? Redemption or closure or something?
I don't know. I just knew I had to come here.
I can see it weighs on your soul. Tell you what, take it to me, brother. No.
Nini and No-No?
Yeah, he's a warlock, wizard, sorcerer, magician. He's a bit of a poser, though.
I don't see how...
Oh, can we please? Yes, indeed. I have read many extensive volumes on the secret ruling societies and the ciphers of the euphonauts.
Listen, they don't really need to hear your qualifications.
Yes, frankly, the more you talk, the less interested I become. So, what happens now? You pull out your Ouija board or something?
Old man, that is not a funny joke. Ouija boards are the furthest thing from safe practice of magic in the home. The fact that they are still sold as children's toys is totally inappropriate. You think kids at a sleepover want to get their innocent little souls shackled to some demonic entity?
I'm sorry, but I don't really believe in such things as demons.
This is how he met his wife.
His wife?
Yeah, hold on, let me channel her for a bit. Maybe she can help you out with all this mess.
What?
I think I almost have to make a new rule that I have to shower before I stream. Because I smoked weed last night, and if I haven't showered, it's like, it's affecting my sinuses and everything. It's all up in me. I need to like clear it out before I can like speak at great length for 5 hours. Sheesh. I forget how much speaking goes into this. Oh yeah, I forgot to get water. Gosh darn it, chat.
Now, what can the beautiful and wise Olga help you with?
I don't know if I feel comfortable accepting help from a demon.
This again? This I get all the time. Oi, this is going to be another educational day for you, isn't it? I do not feel that demon is correct word. Like alien, you know? They are ET, they are not alien. I am succubus, yes, but not demon. Blech. It is rude.
But you must admit you exude a certain energy.
More rudeness. What is this? You think I am evil? What am I?
Oh my god. Okay, Zequid Sauce. We finished your reading, I believe. Okay. Plant Danny, I think, was the next person. Oh, Canadian Nut 27 is also. But Plant Danny is next in the queue. Terry Bear is not here. We already did Tooper. I don't know if Plant Danny's home from their walk. So if Canadian Nut is here, we might do Canadian Nut. You are home. Well, we're doing you. Strap in. Next. Strap in. Okay, I'm going to get all hopped up for Plant Danny's. I need to get my energy back. Plant Danny is cool. Plant Danny is great. Everybody should listen to her. She says things and she does things. Sometimes she says and does things. Everybody loves to say and do things unless you don't like to talk or you don't like to do things. But everybody is a human being unless you're not. But you're still cool in my opinion. Sometimes she says stuff and sometimes she does things. Sometimes Zequid Sauce posts cute emotes. My horrible boyfriend, her name is Plant Danny. That was like 4 years ago. I was playing Crash Twinsanity and I started like singing a made up song about a horrible boyfriend and it went like that. My horrible boyfriend never makes me breakfast. My horrible boyfriend expects me to pay rent. My horrible boyfriend, he follows all the worst podcasters. My horrible boyfriend, he just told me to smile. My horrible boyfriend, he never washes his clothes. My horrible boyfriend. I don't know. I don't even know what a horrible boyfriend is in the year of our Lord 2024. My standards are all over the place. My horrible boyfriend, her name is Plant Danny. My horrible boyfriend is totally a flat earther. Hi, welcome Tenchi Extra Life. Is the boyfriend a flat earther? Yeah. My horrible boyfriend is convinced that there's a firmament. My horrible boyfriend just sent me a YouTube to watch. My horrible boyfriend is like, did you watch that thing that I sent you? And I'm like, no, I'll get around to it because I have a job. I have other things to do. But my horrible boyfriend, he takes it all personally. My horrible boyfriend won't ever shut up. Welcome, Tenchi Extra Life. It's good to see you. My horrible boyfriend. I stay with her because the sex is good. My horrible boyfriend. Just learned how to wipe properly. My horrible boyfriend puts toilet paper on backwards, and my horrible boyfriend doesn't know how to park parallel. My horrible boyfriend always scratches my car when he takes it out. My horrible boyfriend says it wasn't his fault. But I love my horrible boyfriend. I couldn't imagine life with anyone else. Unless my horrible boyfriend brings up his hot ex one more time. And then my horrible boyfriend will be out on the street, and my horrible boyfriend will have to find someone else to cook his meals, to wash his feet. Out on the street, he's on the street, he's on the street. Yeah. He's on the street. This is a horrible song. Hi, Cake the Rat. You parallel parked for the first time in over a decade yesterday. Kind of went crazy with it. Let's go, Div. Congratulations. You know Coin Operated Boy? No, I don't. Is that a song? My horrible boyfriend, I stay with him because I don't want to be alone in my early 30s. I don't want to be alone in my early 30s. I don't want to be alone in my early 30s. So I stay with my horrible hypothetical boyfriend. Oh yes, he's so good at Call of Duty. He loves everything that has to do with Call of Duty updates. He's always going on and on about those goddamn Call of Duty updates. Good thing he has great fucking. He's so good at fucking. And sometimes when we have company, he'll whip up his special latke recipe, and everyone's like, wow, you make the best latkes. But whenever we don't have company, he never cooks for me. He always leaves dirty dishes in the sink. He's also hypothetical. This is not a real person, because if he was a real person, I wouldn't be talking about him in such specific detail. Who could ever make up such specific details about a horrible boyfriend? It's my horrible boyfriend. This is a musical now. But it's because they've never had latkes before in their life. They've... My horrible boyfriend told me I look tired. My horrible boyfriend rarely ever bathes, but my horrible boyfriend said my bra fit weird on me. My horrible boyfriend just found out I'm trans. My horrible boyfriend is so supportive of me, but my horrible boyfriend still told me I look tired. My horrible boyfriend never puts the seat down. My horrible boyfriend pees directly on the seat. My horrible boyfriend doesn't even have a penis, but he insists on peeing on the seat. Plant Danny, can you please give me 3 numbers between 1 and 9? Thank you. Three, 4, 5, beautiful. We have a 3. We have a 4. And you guessed it, we have a 5. Attention, I can't make myself do homework. I feel trapped in a cycle of always having homework and not doing it and falling behind and hating my choices. I can't seem to zoom out and look at this semester in a long-term lens. Okay. One of the best ways to perform masculinity, yes. Just piss all over yourself. Ha ha! That'll show my adversaries. Honey, come look at what I've done. Ha ha! Why is there pee on the floor? Don't you see? Don't you see? Thank you for sharing that intention, Plant Danny. Yeah. I don't have to do well in these classes, I just have to pass, but I'm always used to setting the bar for myself super high in terms of my grades. Interesting. What has shifted? Your bar is super high for yourself, but you're not completing your homework. I guess homework sucks. Homework gets, especially depending on the professor or the teacher. Sometimes it can feel like the homework feels unnecessary or like way too much. You're tired now, exactly. Yeah. They never take that into account. They're like, you're older, so let's just give you more. Let's put more in your load. More on your Samwise Gamgee. Getting A's is hard. Yeah. I know. I remember in my own academic experience, there came a point when I stopped like thinking of myself as a bad person if I got like grades that were below A's and then B's, you know. I just had to pass. Because sometimes it just felt like an arbitrary, it would be like, I contribute to class in a positive way. I get all my work in on time, but still for some reason, I like freeze on tests and I cannot remember these freaking formulas in these freaking math classes or whatever. So it became like this thing where it was like, am I a bad person if I can't keep up in my schoolwork? And no, obviously the answer is no. That has no bearing on you as a human being. But we're conditioned to think it does. Why? 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 That has nothing to do with our value. Why? Who knows? Could be a myriad of different reasons that we internalize over the course of our lives. I'm going to stop projecting and let's defer to the cards. My horrible boyfriend only talks about himself. I like that card. I like all 3 of these cards actually in like a reverse order. That's interesting. Let's see what this does to us. My horrible boyfriend has the greatest pair of balls. I was going to say tits, but I went with balls. Cosmic midwifery, of course. Of course. Of course. If there's anything that more succinctly spells out the dichotomy between tits and balls, cosmic midwifery. The threshold between life and death, birth and the passing of life. Of course. Of course. Duh, as the kids say. No duh. Number 8, cosmic midwifery. My horrible boyfriend only just learned about reverse cowgirl. Cosmic midwifery. This is a very cool card. So let's I'm going to think about this in the context of the intention that you set out. Cosmic midwifery. Oh, this is tricky. This is like a riddle to be solved. This is very interesting. Look at how big my forehead is as I try to figure this out. Zero gravity doggy style and reverse cowgirl are the same. Oh, that took me a second. I forgot about like geometry. What's Euclidean geometry? Is that relevant to this? I was like, now how would that? And then my mind was like, oh, that's a fun observation. Can't make myself do homework. Feel trapped in a cycle of always having homework and not doing it and falling behind and hating my choices. Interesting. I am gonna take a wild stab in the dark and compare the cycle of your homework to the cycle of human incarnations. Crazy, right? I don't know. Immediately what came up for me, and this may not even be how you interpret this, but every time we pass through that, what were we talking about earlier? How old people were cool because they're closer to the cosmic soup of death and life, etc. Every time we pass through that threshold, we sort of make new choices and changes. This is such an annoying analogy, but it's like every time we are assigned and turn in a homework assignment. It's like, okay, I'm at the threshold of a new experience. I have all these tasks laid out for myself that I would like to complete. And if I don't feel like I complete them, I'll have to go and do it again, I guess. Or it's going to keep happening. I'm trying to like relate incarnations to homework assignments. On some level, this is so annoying. This is so annoying. On some level, we chose to take the assignment. We signed up for the class. We chose to take the assignment. And birth and death is always a rough transition, but it can be a very peaceful transition, filled with clarity and wisdom. It doesn't always have to be rough. Sometimes I think we associate death and birth with like great violence and great drama, loud noises, bright lights, etc. It can be more peaceful than that. There can be more calm knowing than that. What are you spamming in my chat? Oh, that's cute. It's Hello Kitty. Let's read about it. Let's read about cosmic midwifery. We've had a lot of Arcturus energy today. That's so cool. I love Arcturus energy. I love it. It's angelic. It's a lot of unconditional love. It's parallel. It's outside of time. It's beautiful. It's pastel. It's hot girl summer. Arcturus geometry. Okay. Cosmic midwifery. Let's go. All civilizations need guides, seen and unseen, that help them grow. The Arcturus energy why? The Arcturus energy has guided humanity from a place of compassion and unconditional love since its inception. It plays the role of a cosmic midwife, assisting us through birth and death in the physical reality. This energy also helps us through major life transitions. You've pulled this card because you have a connection to the Arcturus energy in this life or another. That energy is working with you again. To reconnect, visualize a bright orange star, breathe in its energy directly to your heart if you choose to do so. I'm going to read some of the commentary because I want to see if we can find more points that can connect to your specific intention. As stated above, the Arcturus energy has a profound and all-pervasive relationship with human reality. One of the services it provides has to do with the two most sacred life transitions, birth and death. The Arcturus energy, which energetically resonates as the energy of our higher selves, or our integrated essence, serves as a midwife for us when we are born and when we pass from this physical world. You could say that the white light seen in near-death experiences and during birth, if we could remember, is the energy of Arcturus, or our pure essence. This doesn't mean that the star Arcturus, or something to do with extraterrestrials, this is a pure archetypal resonance that is equated with the star Arcturus in the cosmology given by the channel. This energy can be felt by focusing on the star in meditation, but the consciousness is so much more expansive than simply a star. Could mean that you have a gift to usher others through the birth or death experience. Could mean that you are going through a metaphorical birth or death experience. Let's see what else is going on here. Let's see what's next in this reading. This is intriguing, Plant Danny. I'm very intrigued. 18 units. What do we think it's going to be? Holographic healing, beautiful. Beautiful. I don't think we've ever had this card, ever. I'm very excited about this. Holographic healing, 87. Pleiades future. Holographic healing. Immediately, it just feels like there's a lot of perspective being given on just like the ups and downs, the trials of tribulations in terms of when it comes to homework, completing homework. I know I want to do this because I signed up to do this, but it's so fucking exhausting, and I don't want to do it. Hold on, let me reread your intention. I just have to pass, but always, yeah. Can't make myself. Long-term lens, yeah. There's a lot going on here, and I don't want to like project my own stuff when it comes to academics and setting standards and stuff. I want to see if like things come up for you. 87. Because immediately I just want to like do that thing where I'm like giving advice for my own life, where it's like, why are your, like, you know, it's awesome to have high standards, but like there's no need to beat yourself up. Like, I remember just having to actively remind myself, like, I'm not a bad person if I get like a bad grade. What is a bad grade? Like inevitably, like that's how I found existentialism. That's how I found like, I used to carve into desks like everything is subjective, like existence is subjective. Because I would feel very, very angered by being assigned a value by an external authority who didn't know me that well, in my opinion. I wanted to rebel against the systems of grading, etc. Where are we? 87? You probably have similar mindsets. 87. Holographic healing. Very cool. Very cool. Very fresh. Pleiadians recognize that all consciousness is holographic. When one part of the hologram is influenced, so is the whole. And that is the foundation of Pleiadian healing methods, that ripple effect we're always going on about. True healing for humans, physical and mental, emotional, adheres to this principle too. When we influence one part of our beingness, the whole is affected. This card encourages you to see your life experience holographically, rather than as a series of separate events. Healing in the now or in past lives affects the whole you, so each step you take toward your healing now will affect the entire hologram of your existence. I think that even this moment of resistance that you're feeling with the homework, the frustration, the like, that's part of the learning. This is a new relationship to have with homework. This is a new relationship to have with academics. That's part of the learning. That's part of the education, is moving through this chapter. Like, you know, it may not have been on the syllabus, but it is part of the curriculum. Boy, that's a catchy little zinger. Not everything we learn in a given class or in a given lecture is always like what's written down by the teacher, etc. Holographic healing. And acknowledging these moments within us ripples out so that the whole can acknowledge these moments as well. It's very exciting. Yes. Holographic nature of reality, how all beings are connected even while they are experiencing the illusion of fragmentation. This card refers to an evolved time stream of the Pleiadian civilization, connectedness of all life. Their science and spirituality, which are the same thing, reflect this idea. As humankind moves into fourth density, these holographic principles are beginning to be known as new healing methods that use the holographic principle. What the fuck? as new healing methods that use the holographic principle are introduced. This card often comes up in readings for people who are healers, massage therapists, naturopathic doctors, so on. If that is your case, think outside of the box. If you are not a healer and this card came up in your reading, it is likely a reminder to apply the holographic principles in your own inner work. We like to compartmentalize and separate things a lot, but everything is inherently connected, whether we want it to be or not. It just is. I don't know how to say that in a more elegant and acceptable and digestible way other than like fascistically forcing it down the listener's throat. Like, everything is connected. I'm sorry. If you want like Isaac Newton to write it down in one of his journals, so be it. Everything is connected. Everything. Never assume that there's one thing to be fixed that is separate from your whole self. Aha! Now we're getting somewhere. Never assume that there's one thing to be fixed that is separate from your whole self. Healing is a process that affects the whole being, and the true definition of healing is simply balance. Look at the whole picture, and once again, let yourself see unity rather than separation in all aspects of healing. Let's look at this final card, shall we? What is it going to be? What is it going to be? What is it going to be? Ooh, whoa. Whoa, chat. I can see what it is. It's upside down. I see what it is. And I'm not surprised. It's a Pleiades card. It's from the past. How are you? Wait, Danny, are you there? How have you been feeling about this? How have you been? What kinds of feelings are you wrestling with right now when it comes to not completing your homework with regards to your relationship? Apprehension. Oh. Fear. Oh. Maybe is it possible that there could be a little bit of this? A little bit of guilt? I don't know. Just a thought. Inadequacy. Yeesh. Could be. I don't know. Sheesh, yeesh. Yeeshes and sheeshes. My horrible boyfriend never says sheesh. My horrible boyfriend says sheesh at other women, but my horrible boyfriend never says sheesh to me. What a silly song. Guilt, number 41. My horrible boyfriend doesn't know what guilt feels like. My horrible boyfriend doesn't know the concept of shame. Which is kind of an admirable quality, except it infuriates me because my horrible boyfriend is embarrassing in public. This is so stupid. Woo! I just caught a whiff of myself. I'm starting to feel like I'm starting to smell like a horrible boyfriend. That's nice. I'm sorry. Can I be gross for 5 seconds? Can I just talk about how like amazing human bodies smell sometimes? Listen. I haven't dated anyone in a long time, and sometimes I'll catch a whiff of myself and I'll be like, God damn. And it makes me think of slamming hams with my horrible boyfriend who's still hypothetical. Let's read about guilt. Number 41, guilt. In the ancient days, well-intentioned actions by Pleiadians. Also, this is great. We're dealing with past and future Pleiades cards. We haven't had any Pleiades cards, I don't think, other than the purple cards. We haven't, this is really cool. Cosmic midwifery, holographic healing, guilt. I think this is so special. Gotta address the guilt. I'm a bad student. No, you're not. No, you're not. In the ancient days, well-intentioned actions by Pleiadians ended up causing a whole planet to be destroyed. Since that time, they have held a tremendous amount of grief and guilt as a species. They have healed a lot since then, but many humans still carry these patterns. Look deeply at the things in your life you feel guilty about. The wisdom you have now can create compassion in your heart. Let that compassion flood the wounded part of you. Let the love from the universe fill the part of you where the guilt still lives. Let it go. All is forgiven by the universe. Now you must forgive yourself. Oh, there's all sorts of fun stuff. I would say check out the books by Lisa Royal Holt. I would say The Prism of Lyra. I would say The Golden Lake by her. She sort of has like a trinity of books that are really good to read in tandem with each other. I'd say The Prism of Lyra, Preparing for Contact, and The Golden Lake. They're all by Lisa Royal Holt. I mean, eventually, if you read a lot of material by like different extraterrestrial channelers, inevitably, like you start to pick up a lot on Pleiades, Sirius, Lyra, Orion. There are repeating like themes with certain civilizations that led to what we understand to be like human history and so forth. You don't have to believe in it if you don't want to. There's a lot of interesting archetypal information though to be read in those histories. Yeah, I would say Lisa Royal Holt. Any book by her, but Prism of Lyra is a great starting point. Golden Lake is a great companion to these cards. And then she wrote a book in between those two called Preparing for Contact, which is more just about like preparing for contact with extraterrestrials and stuff. It touches on these things. I would say Prism of Lyra and Golden Lake are more directly like, hey, let's talk about each of these civilizations. Let's talk about the stereotypes, the qualities, the memories, the histories. Let's talk about why New Age people care about Pleiadians, why New Age people talk about these sorts of things. Yeah, Prism of Lyra and Golden Lake, I would say, are two great resources by the same author as these cards. If you don't trust that they're the same author as these cards, you're like, what? All of this is coming from the same lady? You know, you can find other materials by other people. Bashar talks about all of these civilizations. That's a different channeled entity by Daryl Anka. Rob Gauthier, he also channels various extraterrestrials who will talk about these civilizations. He's starting to put out more books. I'm getting my feet wet with extraterrestrial channeling, and there's a great deal I do not get. For example, why are they so polite when they start a message? Oh, that's a great question. I would say like out of etiquette purposes. Like what's a great way to greet somebody? One of the first things I learned when I was starting to like research telepathy and like telepathic communication with the extraterrestrials was like, hey, rule of thumb, pretend like you have your grandma over. Or pretend like, how would you act if you were at your grandma's house? How would you like, are you going to throw, like, what's your familiarity? Are you going to, you know, start undressing her with your eyes or start screaming bigoted things or just as a starting point of etiquette. Politeness, I think, is safe. I think politeness quells fear. I like to be, like, as a trans person, when I'm meeting a new person, I'm very, very polite, unless they give me a reason not to be. But I start out with a great deal of politeness because it's like, hey, I would like to establish a human connection of, like, mutual respect and love. And I think that that is a wonderful way to start any greeting. There are certain like universal hand signals. Often the bowl is a big one. There's often a suggestion like, don't go like this, you know, don't be like, hey, how's it going? It's, you know, we developed that in North America for some reason or wherever, I don't know. This is not a universal like sign of friendship. Like shoving your open hand in someone's face or whatever for expecting a handshake. But like the prayer hands is pretty universal, like as a sign of just like peaceful respect. Or like the bowl where it's like, I would like to offer you something, like offer a mutual exchange of information, or I'm open to receiving from you. These are pretty good bets, you know, shit like this that has cultural connotations that we have as human beings and so forth. That's made fun of in a Rick and Morty episode. That's a great question, Pebble. Thank you for asking that. Why are they so polite? I think also culturally we are inundated with paranoia, propaganda, like aliens are here to take over, you know? They're different from us and they're more advanced, so why wouldn't they try to control us? Invasion narrative. You know, the foreign entity is out to get you. And no, none of that is helpful or accurate in my experience. So I think that there can often be sometimes even an overcompensation of politeness to be like, hi, you know, and we see that a lot with among different groups of humans as well, where it's like, you need to be on your best behavior if you're going to be around this type of people. You know, you don't want them thinking less of people like us. So, you know, sometimes there's an overcompensation of etiquette, which can lead to like inauthenticity and stuff. That makes sense? You get that? You understand? Yeah, that was kind of an over explanation on my part. Anywho, guilt. We talked about guilt. How you must forgive yourself. That's it. That was a really good. Thank you for asking that. I love it when people ask questions, because no one ever does. And I'm here to answer questions. Thank you. I'm like starved for questions. So thank you. Thank you for considering your mentality and your curiosity. Of course. Of course. I think one of the reasons I am here, or I just feel like a great deal of passion, is to like ease in whatever way I can the transition into like the paradigm shift of like, hey, like humans are evolving and we have a lot of connections to a lot of things that are outside of our current scope of understanding. And how are we going to integrate those histories and those energies into our lives in a productive way without freaking out or throwing up or panicking, or, you know, it's a lot to take on. And again, if it's uncomfortable to believe in any of this stuff, it's entirely up to the individual. It's entirely up to the listener. I just happen to believe in a lot of this stuff because over the course of my life, it has just sort of become my reality. It's like my paradigm. It's how I deal with stuff, which sometimes makes me feel very lonely, hence all the jokes. But I like having a foot in both worlds. I like reaching across. I think it's also helps that not to keep bringing this up, but it, you know, literally the prefix trans means across. So I think that helps a little bit in my journey. Let's shuffle some of these purple cards for Plant Danny. Is there anything in the commentary I want to talk about? Guilt. It's a very archetypal card because most humans deep inside have a sense of guilt that stops them from living fully and accepting love and joy in their reality. It is a nagging feeling of not deserving love, abundance, and joy, feeling selfish for accepting it. This nagging feeling is often unconscious and can only be seen through deep self-examination. Religions often play on this human condition of guilt, and by reinforcing it, some religions can keep humans under control and believing in the way of the religion as the only thing that can absolve the guilt. But the truth is that we have all fragmented from the source, and underlying all the physical lives we may have had in countless star systems, we are equal in the eyes of the Creator, which are also happen to be your eyes. Isn't that special? It's a fun reminder. The transformational energy of this card asks you to look deep within for any feelings of guilt or unworthiness that might keep you from fully embracing love, abundance, and joy in your life. Once you can identify it, most likely not intellectually, but through a feeling or sense, begin to love that part of you unconditionally until it no longer needs to use guilt as a way to stop you from embracing the magnificence of your being. Woo! took a long time for the Pleiadians to heal this issue within their species. Let their wisdom guide you so that their past suffering and the lessons learned from it can be a gift to all humanity. You know, something that has been coming through in my own life and in the other people I see around me is how much shame human beings carry aside the guilt. Yeah. I think there's so much that's like culturally conditioned into us, and it keeps us sort of like from feeling empowered, from expressing ourselves to the fullest, from remembering who we are, from feeling connected to each other, to the planet, to existence itself. I think it's very like in fashion to be like, human beings are gross, like we're a scourge, we're a disease. Like, if you insist, if you say so, I think there's a lot of dead ends to that philosophy. And it can be fun to entertain for an afternoon, but for the rest of my life, I'm not going to believe that humans are a mistake or a disease or anything. I believe that we're stewards of the planet, and sometimes we just need a little help remembering who we are. And I think there's a myriad of modalities that can help us remember ourselves, I guess, and each other. I think another interesting question, like your first question about the politeness, brought up other issues that people bring up sometimes when they're like, well, pander, they can't all be nice, you know? And it's like, okay, well, sure. I mean, I don't want to make a blanket statement about any group or civilization or, you know, population of people. But there's also a matter of, this was touched recently on something I was listening to about remote viewing and the CIA experiments with remote viewing. Most psychic abilities, most light speed travel, most methods of like what we deem to be magical or superhuman or outside of our current understanding of physics, it requires a purity of heart. Like, sorry to burst anyone's bubble, but psychic ability, light speed travel, space travel, all of these things that are like seem very magical to us are a lot closer when it is done with pure intention, whatever that means, like good intention, without the intention of harm or self-gain, more selfless intention, like, oh, this is for the good of a collective, or this is like following a passion that is of service to others and not just, oh boy, this will get me all the Powerball numbers or whatever, which maybe can work. I don't know. I'm not an expert in psychic ability. It'd be really chill, you know, oh, if you're so psychic, why don't you just like, you know, bet on all the right sports teams or whatever. It's like, for whatever reason, and this has been proven in the weird science experiments in the CIA that they did all that stuff. And it's also corroborated by like, you know, New Age channelers, things like that. Channeling itself, telepathic ability itself, mediumship. It comes a lot easier when it's not done out of like malicious, selfish intention. And the catch is we still live in a paradigm where our institutions want to harness these abilities for selfish, paranoid, fear-based, malicious intentions. We like, oh, they want to get an upper hand on the enemy. There's always an adversary. It's very like Cold War paradigm. Oh, they're cooking something up. We got to cook something up. We want to be able to see into their base or whatever. We want to be able to make their heads explode. You know, the men who stare at goats, that whole narrative. Unfortunately, sorry to burst your bubble, but all these like amazing, magical, out of this world things are a hell of a lot easier when it's done from like a loving place in the heart rather than like a competitive, angry, fearful place. At least that's been my understanding thus far. As with anything, I could be wrong. I don't think I am on that one though. I think that one is like a sort of inherent like to progress, we will need to remember that like peace is more valuable than war. But right now the paradigm says, no, war brings profits. under like capitalism, whatever scapegoat, whatever blame, whatever title we choose to blame. No. I don't know. This shit gets me so excited. This is when I start to feel like a really weird, crazy, like mad prophet type person. Because I can see so clearly peace will always and forever be more valuable than war. Like love is the inherent building block. We just, as an experiment that we chose, forgot that for a little bit. And we're like working our way back. But Pander, why would we choose to forget that? I don't know. I'm a human too. I'm here too. Suffering is weird. I don't know. We're here though. We're in this paradigm. And we're working our way back. And we're doing it together. Does any of that make any sense? I'm going to move on. God, I need to. Sometimes I just ramble and pray that like a good TikTok comes out of it. Feel free to clip anything and everything that I say, because I'm always looking for things. I don't know what I look like or sound like to other people. I'll be like, oh my God, that was kind of funny. And I'll post it on TikTok and I don't understand. I'm very like detached from the youth or I don't know. Because it's interesting. Okay. Yeah. No, exactly. Zequid, you hit the nail on the head, I think, right there. Why would people ask constantly in spiritual discussions, metaphysical discussions, why would we choose this if it feels so unpreferable? Because it's interesting. Whoops. Because it's interesting. What do you want to watch a movie where everyone just gets along for 2 hours? It's interesting. So, I mean, that's the best way I could explain it. It's the fastest way I could explain it. It's like, it's all love, you know. Even the thing that I was just railing against, even the war. It's like, we're given enough unconditional love to be able to choose war instead of peace. And so we did. There are no gaps when everything is in complete harmony. And the gaps make it interesting to rediscover it all, to experience it. Yes, like a breath. In and out. We're not just always breathing in and we're not just always breathing out. And there's a moment in between the in and out. Allegories abound. Metaphors aplenty. Plant Danny, are you even still here? Did I lose you when I went on my little ramble rant? My horrible boyfriend just likes to hear herself talk. My horrible boyfriend, her name is Pander Sarah. My horrible boyfriend. She's making a sandwich. You're here? It's tough. Last night in the class I'm taking, there was a question that I don't think was answered adequately, but it's like the most common question, like that is brought up in metaphysical or spiritual or whatever existential conversations. Like how you know, if we're always at choice and everything is love and everything, like why is there war? Why is there atrocity? Why is there tragedy? Why is there genocide? Like there's infinite ways to answer that question. But I don't know, what does that mean, Pebble? I just always go back to that, like unconditional love means that you have the choice to like make war. You have the choice to be like, that's mine, I'm going to kill you for it. It's up to you whether or not that's really truly in service to you. And you'll learn. They'll learn. You'll learn. Whoever the perpetrator is, they will eventually learn. That's another hard pill to swallow. No, I have to exact revenge now. Go forth. Go hence. You ready for anything? Oh, ready for anything is in omnia paratis. Wow, that's powerful. It's really hard to trust in the universe sometimes when we feel so betrayed by the universe. So betrayed. I feel betrayed. We feel betrayed. But we're here. I don't know. That's a big part of the mystery for me. Like, why did I choose to come here? And every day there could be a different answer. Let's focus on these two cards. I don't know what they are. Oh, what's it going to be? Oh my God, it's so dramatic. I love doing it this way. This is so fun. What is it going to be? What is it going to be? We have cosmic midwifery, holographic healing, guilt, and freedom. 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 Why does hardship exist? Why does homework exist? Why does genocide exist? Freedom. Freedom. That's a terrible way to set up this card. Pleiades, sigh. Oh, that's funny. Good catch. Pleiades expanding. Freedom. The freedom. Wow, the freedom to feel guilt. Oh my God. Freedom of holographic healing. Oh my God. It's Real Squeaky From. Real Squeaky From. Real Squeaky From. What's up, pimps? I was thinking about you earlier today.
Lots of pimps.
Lots of pimps. Thank you so much. 41 months. Holy bananas. Thank you so much. Squeaky. Thank you so freaking much. It was a nice thought. I was bragging about you. Well, it was about a mutual friend of ours and how he dressed as Vash the Stampede once for Halloween. But I was like, and then that guy introduced me to Real Squeaky From. Not the Manson family member, but the great streamer. It's your birthday? You know who. There you go. Freedom. 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 Look, it looks like a hat. Looks like a top hat. Freedom. Or a waterfall. Freedom. 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 Alfredum sauce. Let's trade about freedom before we flip the other one. Let's do that. What time is it? 1:30 We're doing okay. Freedom. We're going real slow. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Pleiades expanding. Ooh. My inner realm is sacred and strong, creating my freedom. Ooh, what a concept. My inner realm is sacred and strong, creating my freedom. I don't feel very free when my inner realm doesn't feel sacred or strong. But when it does feel sacred and strong, you know that whole my body is a temple thing? That can have so many different meanings. I love eating cheeseburgers and pizza all the time. It grounds me. Like it brings me back into the human experience. I think there's like a Men in Black character who has to do that. Isn't that like how Michael Stuhlbarg is or something? I don't know. I need to rewatch the later Men in Black movies. But sometimes I need like really greasy food to just like be like, oh my God, I'm a human being having a human experience. Anyway, but so when people say my body is a temple, I think about that as well too. My body is an Eva. My body is a giant mech that Shinji needs to pilot. My body is a carousel. My body is a wonderland. Chat. Look at my armpit. My inner realm is sacred and strong, creating my freedom. The Pleiadians learned that freedom is a state of being found within when you embrace all aspects of life. It is quite obvious that there are... Whoa! Telepathy headache. What the fuck? Was that the armpit? Wow! That is like as strong as it... Holy shit! Which one of you was that? Squeaky, is that you? Did I just rile you up with the armpit thing? Oh my god! It's like all right here. It's like my right eye is like throbbing. Whoa! Hello to you. Let's get some fucking waffles. Fuck. Ow. Okay. That's another thing that happens sometimes. I don't always know what it means, but I can tell when I'm having like what I call a telepathy headache, where it's just like a really short pointed, someone is thinking very directly at me right now. Like someone is like thinking at me or like perceiving me right now. Or sometimes like I'll be walking in a farmer's market and it's like, I have to go to this booth. And then I understand later why I needed to do that or something. And that started after I started to take like telepathy more seriously in like 2019 or 2018. Again, you don't have to believe in any of this. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. Maybe you just thinking about how big freedom is. Well, there you go. Maybe it's an amalgamation of everybody. I don't know. That's something to work on. Okay. When you embrace all aspects of life, it is quite obvious that there are conditions on Earth. Freedom equates to peace as you are no longer resistant to what is. You are interacting with life from a place of internal empowerment. When your belief systems support your interaction and flow, you feel free. Limitation is the equivalent of something outside of yourself determining your inner state of being that is found within. All those external factors like homework assignments, maybe, I don't know, I'm really reaching here. Bowed is real enough, but you have frequent, very sharp, localized headaches. Oh, yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah, I almost don't ever want to share them with people because of that exact response. Thank you. I appreciate it, though. It's never like the same part of the head, though. It's like a different... Don't worry about that. It's not like that. It's because you wanted to lick my armpit. You don't want me to die? Okay, thanks. Well, I'll do it for you eventually, someday. When I have health insurance. We're good. It's okay. It's okay. I ain't gonna die. That ain't gonna be what takes me out. You were also thinking that you just want me to have a lot of freedom. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you all for being so caring. Limitation is the equivalent of something outside of yourself determining your inner state of being that is found within. As you blame others, you perceive and experience yourself as limited. When your freedom is cultivated within, you can experience the challenges of the world around you and flow through them with greater ease. This card reminds you that freedom is your state of peace, love, and choice within the conditions of physical life. This is available as you nurture your creative expression without resisting others' reactions or needing a specific outcome. As you begin to live life for your joy, you find creative solution flowing easily. How about that? When the world around you does not determine your happiness, you are truly free. I love how alien that sounds. What, you want me just to like somehow cultivate happiness from within? And resist the external influence that brings me such great suffering? Maybe I like suffering. Maybe I like blame. I don't know. It doesn't feel like I do, because they're usually not preferable. but they're always there, even though I know I have the internal empowerment to like not deal with any of that shit. But yeah, maybe I like suffering. Fuck. Maybe I want my telepathy headaches to be painful. It's because I'm dehydrated. That's why it was so sharp. They're not that frequent. It's always pointed and it's always in a different part of my brain. Maybe I'm dying. Maybe we're all dying. Gay art. That's another annoying thing, I think, for in a lot of like new age or spiritual things. Like it just always comes down to that. Why would you say that this is my choice? No one ever wants to be told that they have chosen something that they don't prefer, because it's too big of a pill to swallow. It's not like, it doesn't compute. It feels like it's blaming the victim, and it invites rebellion. It invites like resistance, controversy. This just in, no, you are not dying. Yeah, I don't think I'm dying either. It's more interesting to experience a lot of different things. It is. Yeah, it is. Oh, like, I think a lot about, there's this one quote from this one episode of South Park, and I am not a fan of that show, but I have seen quite a bit of it over the course of my life. And there's a beautiful scene where Butters is like crying because a girl he likes doesn't like him back, or he misunderstood. And it's also about how Stan, like Wendy broke up with Stan, and so Stan becomes goth. And it's like, you know, I'm kind of grateful that I could feel this sad, because that means that something in my life brought me so much happiness that I could feel this way when it left my life. Like, that's the silver lining to like feeling a great depth of sadness, was something made me feel so happy and so complete that when I perceived it as being taken away from me, I was brought to such a depth of sadness. He puts it more articulately and more digestibly in the episode, but I think about that constantly. It's not as black and white as, oh, I chose suffering? What? Fuck you. You know, that's pretty much almost always whenever that concept is brought up. I get a pretty big fuck you from somebody, if not literally, pretty energetically. Nobody wants to hear that, you know. You're an enthusiast of Futurama? Nice. I love Futurama. Fuck you, Pander. How dare you? How dare you tell me that I chose this? That's not what I'm saying. It's like, it's something to explore, you know. I don't know, like, it'll help. I guarantee, I can't tell you how to live your life, but I guarantee it will help. If even just for a moment we entertain the possibility that we have more power than we think we do. Even if we just pretend for a few minutes, like for fun. Oh, the eyeball's tingling again. It's not a painful headache. Something landed there. Even if the mountain appeared in front of me without me seeking it out. Sure. Maybe you came here on this earth to explore the feeling of sadness from a human body more in depth. Sure, exactly. Exactly. I'm going to keep reading. Freedom. Did I already read all of this? Did I read the bullet points? I don't remember. Observe your initial reactions and let go of needing to control the outside world for your inner peace. Release your dependence on validation from others. Shift belief systems that do not make you feel free to be happy. Find a perspective of possible benefit to every experience. I love shit like this, chat. Let's see what the last card is for Plant Danny. Thank you so much for your patience, by the way. I can't imagine that the other That the person who redeemed that Canadian Nut. There's no way Canadian Nut is still here. Canadian Nut, if you were still here, bless you, and we will get to your reading once we're done with Plant Danny's. What do we think it's going to be? Let's find out what it is together. I can see that it's an Orion card. It's an Orion releasing card, but I don't know what the theme is. Shame. Well, what do you fucking know, chat? What do you fucking know? What do you fucking know? Jesus fucking Christ. What do you fucking know? What an interesting reading for our good friend Plant Danny. For our beautiful, horrible boyfriend Plant Danny. What do you fucking know? Shame. Let's take a look at that. Cool scribbles.
Oh, well, I like it.
Well, I like it. Okay, I've been silent for too long. Let's read about shame. Orion releasing. I release shame and open to empowering love. I release shame and open to empowering love. Easier said than done, I would say. Every time I talk about guilt and shame and all this stuff, suffering, choice, blah, 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 it's mostly to remind myself, or, you know, it's also to remind myself. I am never going to sit here and believe that, like, I am fully absorbing any of this, like, more or less than anyone else. I just like to provide, like, a facilitation. I like to facilitate conversations about this kind of thing. I am not, like, you know, free from shame. I'm not free from guilt. I'm a human being. I'm a human being, you know. Head desk. Shame and guilt are similar energy. Well, how about that? Shame is just a stronger form of guilt. People place shame upon others and themselves. Shame does not serve healing, only avoidance and continued pain. That's something that I'm coming to terms with whenever I feel shame. I'm like, wait, this isn't helping me heal the pain. This isn't helping me heal the wound. This is me acknowledging that there's a wound and being like, let's just make sure that wound stays open. Let's put a pencil in there and just kind of go to town. That's been my relationship with shame lately. Zequid sauce. When you place shame or guilt upon another, you are placing yourself in the powerless position of victim. When you place shame or guilt upon yourself, you are holding yourself in a position of unworthiness. Wait, I want to examine that first part. When you place shame or guilt upon another, like, oh, shame on you. I think that's what that's referring to. You should be ashamed of yourself. You are placing yourself in the powerless position of victim. I wonder what's going on there. That's interesting to think about. When you place shame or guilt upon yourself, you are holding yourself in a position of unworthiness. That feels clear. The truth is, every experience has the potential for benefit. When you release shame, you learn the lesson from any challenge. Oh, word up, Zequid Sauce. Yeah, I can get behind that. The Orions healed their future when they released shame and guilt. Remember the Orions, super polarized, super conflict-oriented? Victimized myself by doing so. Word. Heck. And awareness of these things doesn't always mean that healing them is going to be the easiest walk in the park. Like, every little step of, like, acknowledging these things, it's like such a huge amount of work that's being done. It's like trying to change someone else, but we have not changed inside. That is how it's making me feel. I see what you're saying. Yes. Like trying to control someone else, trying to change someone else. When we could easily just like be at peace within ourselves. Like, oh, that person did a thing that I think they should feel shame for. I'm the one attaching myself to the scenario. Like I could just be like, that person will learn whatever lessons they need to learn when they need to learn them. Maybe I will follow a course of action based on passion and excitement that leads me to try to force them to learn those lessons. But, you know, is that stemming from an intention of control? Is that an intention of care? Like Squeaky being concerned with my headaches. I think that the intention there is love and care and so forth. Freedom. Yeah. I hope that she's still here. She's so cool. Anyone who doesn't follow, please follow Real Squeaky From. She's really, really cool. She's a joy to watch. And she's 33. Are you 33 yet? I'm going to be 33 in like 2 weeks. She's a delight. She's 33. She's super cool. Whoops, I have like an old message in there. That's Jesus. I know. Squeaky, are you excited? We're going to be crucified this year. You're 36? Woohoo! Let's go, Pebble. Let's hear it for the people in our 30s. Let's hear it for all of us. We're all hot, and we're all cool, and we're all smart, and we're all funny. We can all do this with our necks. You had to run some numbers? My horrible boyfriend just had to run some numbers. My horrible boyfriend's gonna be 33 in a little over 3 weeks. Wow! We have very similar birthdays. Mine's on October 9th. Same as John Lennon and Guillermo del Toro and DJ Rashad and PJ Harvey. And John Lennon's son, Sean Lennon, which is my birth name also, which makes that even more wacky. Your birthday's the 9th? Div? Do we have the same birthday? Do we have literally the same birthday? We're both going to be 33 on October 9th? Wait, this is crazy. I am a Libra. I'm very much a Libra. Hence my whole, I can see both sides of the situation, which pisses the fuck out of everyone who I have a crush on. God, I have such a crush on strong personalities who are like, don't you fucking see both sides of the situation? And I'm like, I have to. It's part of my blood. And they're like, Oof. It makes for great love making. Div plus Bandit born on same day, same year? That's crazy, Div. Handshake to you. What if we're the same person? What if I'm one of your alts? What if I'm like a manifestation from inside of you that had to crawl out? That's fun. That's fun to entertain. I'm going to compare my life to yours. I know nothing about your life. I just assume that you're living it up. Living large, baby. I think part of my inferiority complex is that I think everyone other than me has more stability in their life. I think that's something. I always assume like, oh, you are not me. You must be very stable, which is like the worst like judgment to place on other people. What if all of us are Libras? That's crazy. Shame. Wait, we have to finish shame. Sham. Excuse me. This card reminds you that shame and guilt are unnecessary and destructive to your growth. Whether you are internalizing it or projecting shame onto another, you are free when you access forgiveness and understanding. I love how controversial forgiveness is in my stream. You're an Aquarius and you are under the impression that this means that you're quirked up as hell. Yeah, that's my understanding of Aquarii. I love Aquariuses. You're a Cancer, but like a Cancer will be a Libra if it means no one is mad at you. Lol. Hi, Goose. It's good to see you. Jupiter in Libra. Ooh. What is the ascendant, though? Thought, though. That is equally important. I don't remember. Oh, rising? Gemini. Gemini. I have a lot of fun with duality. I have a lot of fun with paradox. This is my Daniel Radcliffe smile. Aquarius and Cancer is both quirk bags. Quirk bags. That makes me super sensitive. Yes. And guess what my moon is? Guess what my freaking moon is? Scorpio. I've shared my sun, moon, and rising with people who have been astonished that I am still alive. They're like, how have you not killed yourself? I'm like, it was a process. It's been a process. I entertain it openly, much to the chagrin of my loved ones. Actually, recently I stopped doing that because it's not nice to do to your loved ones. It's not nice to joke about suicide in front of your loved ones. Don't do that, by the way. If any of you are doing that, don't do that. Don't do that to your loved ones. It's not nice. My horrible boyfriend always threatens suicide. Your Scorpio moon in 8th house. Cool. I forgot my houses. I wrote them all down. Beautiful chatter Chanchara gave me like a full reading of my whole chart a few months ago, and I wrote it all down because I knew I wouldn't remember. The house of Scorpio. Ooh, ah. Stand up for yourself. Whether you are internalizing it or projecting shame onto another, you are free when you access forgiveness and understanding. Stand up for yourself and hold your boundaries without needing to justify why something shouldn't have happened. Wow. Stand up for yourself and hold your boundaries without needing to justify why something shouldn't have happened. That's so hard. I feel like it almost feels inherent to the setting up of boundaries. It's like, well, I need to establish a boundary with this person because they did this shitty thing. And I need you to know about the shitty thing that they did so that you can be on my side with this. Because fuck that person. And yes, we can feel so righteous in that. But is that really setting up a boundary? Or is it like tying ourselves to that person so that we can be like, yes, this villain from my past. Everyone behold, I'm dragging him to the stockades. And yes, it's a him. It's a him. It doesn't have to be a him. Plant Danny says, wah. Stand up for yourself and hold your boundaries without needing to justify why something shouldn't have happened. Allow the past to be the teacher that it is, and allow it to serve your future with strength and clarity. Allow. The light language is helping you to discover your magnificence within as you release guilt and shame that have separated you from yourself, your glory, and the beauty of life. You are so fucking hot, chat. Do you not see that? Do I not see that? I don't see it in myself sometimes because I have too much, you guessed it, shame. You guessed it. Could you imagine? There's a beautiful moment in Will and Harper when she breaks down because she realizes that she was holding herself back because of self-hatred. So much of my internalized transphobia, so much of my fear, my anxiety, whatever, stepping out into the world as myself, I limit myself so greatly because I expect the world to hate me, and that is fueled by a hatred of self. If I was constantly and powerfully loving myself, why on earth would I allow any sort of expectation of fear, ignorance, bigotry? Why would I even allow that into my energetic field? And yes, if I meet that along the way, that can be so easily overcome with self-love. Oh my God. Yeah, I used to think I was a monster too. Anyway, have a nice day. Like, holy shit. Self-love is so powerful. Art, you are capable of making amazing art. I am Virgo, Ascendant Scorpio, and Cancer rising to share something about myself. Thank you for sharing that, Pebble. Welcome back, CJ. Nice. Gay art, gay art, gay art crime. Yes. Find a perspective of benefit from perceived mistakes or injustice. Even if it's hard to find. That's a fun little homework assignment for ourselves. Find a perspective of benefit from perceived mistakes or injustice. It's great to wallow for a little bit. It's great. Is it going to serve us our entire lives? I don't know. That's up to us. Seek compassion for those that are not strong enough to see the best in you, in others, or even the self, even in their own self. Seek compassion for those that are not strong enough to see the best in you, others, or even the self. Forgive yourself easily so you can transform more quickly. View yourself and others as magnificent and unique. Inherently divine, eternally, blah, blah, blah. Infinite. I've never heard of gay art. What is that? Does art even have a duality, feminine, masculine? That's cute. I like that. No, not necessarily. Those just happen to be two emotes that I have. Okay. Danny, this was a very long reading. Thank you for your patience. Don't we have I don't think Canadian Nut is here anymore. Yeah, Canadian Nut is. Canadian Nut, are you here? Oh, Canadian Nut might be lurking. I have to pee again. Here comes some Star Pals. When we come back, there will be our last reading, or if anyone else wants to slide in at the end. Thank you so much, Goose Von Kaiser. Thank you so much. 8 months, let's go.
Okay. Pander 23, Gay Pander 23, Art Pander 23, cheers.
Cheers. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You rock.
Okay, are you that person?
No. I am a keeper.
A keeper of what?
This moment.
Oh.
And this moment.
Is this going to take very long?
Still obsessed with time.
Well, I come from a people who age through their life and eventually die, if that's what you mean. It's how we measure our movement through space, I guess. So yeah, we still rely on time as a sort of frame of reference.
Good to see you still alive. Not all of you have lived this long.
All of me?
Other worlds. Other times.
Is that where I can sometimes see flashes of my own death?
Let's see. Yes. Bullet into head. Bullet into head. Knife into heart. Driven off of cliff. Overdose of poisons.
Am I doing these things to myself?
By your own hand or another. There are many worlds in which your current incarnation has already ended.
That seems kind of dark.
And yet here you stand in blinding light. You are one meant to continue on.
The person I'm looking for was apparently taken somewhere by God.
They've reconnected with Source.
I keep hearing about this source.
Source is original consciousness of all as one. Separate consciousness exists when Source wishes to separate. One self asks, what would it be to not know oneself? Universe grows and separates until inversion of question. What would it be to know oneself? All returns to origin and leaves origin across infinite cosmic cycle. This is the ultimate breath, shared by all in creation.
Okay, so... sorry. This level of non-linearity is kind of rough on someone like me. How can I retrieve this person and bring them back to my timeline?
The same way we always do.
Wait, you don't mean...
Remember the question.
Goodness, you look like you've been through heaven and hell.
The door isn't broken?
Broken? No, but I have been meaning to fix that hinge. Thank you for reminding me.
Oh my god. Welcome back. That's Star Pals. That's a cartoon I made. I always threaten that I'm gonna keep working on it, but I never do, Chad, because I'm always doing something else. But it's there. You can watch that on YouTube. It's like an hour and 10 minutes of content there. I just have it all playing on a loop whenever I go on BRB. I hope people don't get sick of it. People will inevitably get sick of it, I think, after a while. I don't know. I'm very familiar with the episodes because I made them. So I'm just like, I assume that people get sick of it after one viewing. But remember when you were a kid and they would replay cartoons every day? So you'd see the same episodes like 12 times in a month? Yeah. Gonna shower. Thank you, Plant Danny. I don't think you can hear me, but you rock. Very hot and sweaty. Have a good one. And freedom. That sounds like an oversimplification. Wait, I never exclude any possibilities beforehand. What are you talking about? Pebble, you're fun. Thank you for joining us today. I like your perspective on things. You're very interesting. Thank you everyone who's here right now. I don't think Canadian Nut is here. I'm gonna just Canadian Nut. Are you here? Canadian Nut 27. Nope. Okay. Does anyone else want a reading? Because I will log off. I need to eat some food and shower before I have an interview at 3:30. Maybe. Yeah. Oh, Goose. Goose says hello. Goose joins the fray. This is the music plays when Goose joins. It was Pokemon music. Thank you, Lawn Dog, for following. Thank you. Flight of the Bumblebees. No, it was the Pokemon battle music, I think. I don't know. I'm like mixing up a lot of it. That did sound like Flight of the Bumblebees though. I can't articulate it very well. I realized the other night, like, or I didn't realize, and I've just every now and then I go through like a peak and a valley of how I feel about my own artistic output. And recently I've been feeling like, wow, I make really bad art. Like really recently I'm like, damn, I suck at music, like all of this stuff. And then a week will go by and I'll be like, oh no, I intentionally make bad art and it's like a strength of mine and it is what I like to do. And then a week will go by and I'll be like, no, I'm a piece of shit. Like the shame, shame, but I have freedom. So these are all things to explore. I think that whenever I catch myself feeling really, really like low about myself, I think that's a good indicator that it's like, I don't know how accurate these thoughts are. Maybe I haven't eaten or slept enough today, or maybe I haven't had enough water to drink. Psyduck and I are going to the top of this here Indigo League. Let's go. Let's go, Goose. Heart and Star Palace is awesome. Well, thank you. Canadian Nut is not here. That's the see. We've had great new chatters today because we were in the tarot category, but we also had with the tarot category comes people who come in, join, and then they're like, oh fuck, it takes Pander like an hour to finish a reading. So you can always tip if you want an immediate reading. You can give money. You can donate money because this takes a lot out of me. But I'm happy to give free readings if people are willing to wait for them. It's not that I'm disrespecting you. I'm just trying my best to respect myself for once in my goddamn life. Wow, I just emitted so much like armpit juice smell with that moment of clarity. Beautiful, gorgeous. All right, let's move some things. Shout outs to armpits. Okay. Thank you for being here, everyone. Yeah, it's been a lovely stream. Well, you asked for it. Join. Uh-oh. Look out. Pebble's here. All right, I'll close it after Pebble. Right now we're doing Goose. Sorry, I hate when I forget to do this. Nobody likes looking at my hunched over shoulder. They're like, what is that creature? No one's doing that. That's that guilt and shame coming up again. I wonder if I can like completely abolish shame from my entire being. That would be so brutal. I wonder what kind of monkey's paw situation that would get me into. I guess I would start walking around in public naked and just get arrested or something. I think that would be like the consequence of abolishing shame. I don't know. Does abolishing shame also mean abolishing like common sense of like, the decency laws of a region that you live in? Have fun, Zequid. Thank you for hanging out. Have a great day. Have a great night. Something to ponder. All right, Goose. Goose, do you have 3 numbers between 1 and 9? Ba, ba, ba. 679, thank you. 679, interesting. Exciting times. What the fuck? Okay. Those immediately popped out. Sorry for swearing. What's this gonna be? What's this gonna be, chat? What is this gonna be? What is this gonna freaking be? Well, what's that Flanders quote? What's that Flanders quote? What's that Flanders quote? Good intentions, serious past. Good intentions. Serious past immediately coming to mind. The good intentions of the Syrians. They wanted to poke and prod and play around. Hiddly ho. They did genetic experiments. They've done energetic teaching experiments. They've been guides for humanity with good intentions the whole time. Good intentions. Let's tweak this. Let's tweak that. Let's do this. Let's do that. It's a past quality. So maybe sometimes, maybe there were unintended consequences of these good intentions, even though we enter into something, an endeavor with good intentions. Are the results always going to be met like the way that we intended them to come out? Sorry, I'm falling apart right now. Good intentions. I think that's all like pretty self-explanatory. Hold on. Thank you so much for the follow. Speaking of my rising sign, the ancient Syrians had very good intentions when they worked on Earth during the genetic projects. But sometimes good intentions are not enough. Mistakes are made and lessons are learned. Good intentions must be combined with foresight, integrity, and humility. This card asks you to look at the good intentions in your heart about an action you are making and find out how they can be strengthened through honest self-observation, realistic evaluation, and long-term vision. Most importantly, should mistakes be made, remember to forgive yourself. Remember to forgive yourself. Welcome in, Gemini. What's this going to be? What's this? What's it going to be? Ooh, I can see the card, chat. We've had this card today. We've explored this already. Good intentions. Sometimes, I love that. The good intentions have already set up a dichotomy. And what do we associate with dichotomies, chat? Deep polarity. A theme from Orion Past. Deep polarity. Something to observe. Something to integrate. Transmute. understand, embrace deep polarity. It happens, especially with good intentions. Good intentions can sometimes invite polarity. Like the intentions are so good that it's almost like a universal law that you're going to step on a rake, you know? Something's going to backfire. It's not always the case, and it's not great to always like expect something like that to happen, but I just think it's funny that these are the first two cards. Good intentions, deep polarity. I don't know what's going on in your life right now, Goose, but I think these are a very interesting like first pairing. 35. In ancient times, the Orion civilization played out the deepest of polarity during a very dark time in their history. Many souls from Orion eventually came to Earth to heal this polarity through incarnations as humans. Hello! If you have pulled this card, then an Orion lifetime of yours still has some influence in your life today. I think that's true for most humans. These karmic patterns are ready to be released. Examine your natural human tendency to polarize in thought and belief and ask the universe to help you heal this. Also know that this is a major issue for the entire planet at this time, and your healing affects the whole as well. Yes, yes. Yes. These memories affect us on Earth. Many humans are still playing out the karma from Orion. The best pop culture reference is that of the movie Star Wars, in which there was a corrupt empire that attempted domination of planets and people through very sinister methods, including the manipulation of consciousness and energy through psychic and metaphysical powers. Within the full spectrum of the experience of our galactic family, from unity to fragmentation to reintegration, this era in Orion was the furthest from unity and the deepest one of separation. If you have pulled this card, it is most likely that you had experiences in the Orion system during this dark time, and most likely still carry painful memories within you. I think, again, most humans like have these echoes of that polarity. Seek to embrace non-polarized thought here on Earth, for it will be one of the only paths toward integration and healing. Move beyond good and bad, right and wrong, or dark and light. Try to see every condition as an aspect of creation, rather than seeing through eyes of separation or judgment. Remember the yin-yang symbol, dark within light, light within dark. Essentially, the universe is in perfect balance. It is only the human mind that creates polarity. This is an important understanding for the next step in human evolution. How perfect. How perfect. Oops, excuse me. How perfect. Balanced relationships. Pleiades' future. The healed timeline of the Pleiadians, when their relationships were balanced. Pleiadians also dealt with a lot of good intentions. They had an overbalance of good intentions. They only wanted to see the light. They only ever wanted to see the good. Only ever wanted to focus on the light and the good. Inevitably, the shadow cried out to be heard, cried out to be seen. It manifested in their population in several different ways. One of the most significant of which was like a great plague, a great disease. Kind of like us in COVID. It's a hard comparison to make because a lot of people don't really believe in aliens, but this is what you get when you come here. You don't have to get deep into whatever I woke up with today. Oh, don't have to get deep into it. But Rhoda, can I be heartbroken while remaining open to new opportunities, or are my good intentions getting in the way of my growth? In my Pinder Cosmic Notes. Oh, wow. Yeah, balanced relationships. I really like that this caps off the Galactic Heritage cards. This feels like a solution to this, or like a direct reaction to this. This feels like the fuel. It's like this is the catalyst, having good intentions. That's past, but future. And what brings us from the past into this future? None of these cards are in the present, so to speak. They all are technically, because technically everything is in the present, which is a big pill to swallow sometimes. Let's talk about balanced relationships. The challenges in human relationships happen from expectation. Expectation has come up a bit tonight. We expect our partners to become who we want them to be, rather than allowing them to be who they are naturally. This card suggests that it is time to take an honest look at the relationships in your life and your expectations. Can you be 100% present as a friend, family member, or partner without expectation? Or, if expectation is placed on you, can you ignore that pressure and be your natural self anyway? This card points to a karmic pattern ready to be released, and this future Pleiadian energy can assist you. Evaluate the relationships in your life. Are they fully balanced in joy? Are they based on need, loneliness, low self-worth, any other issue that needs to be addressed within yourself before you can have a truly healthy relationship? It is time for serious self-evaluation. Lots of deep themes here. I'm going to do a card cut. Wholeness. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. That's very much in the theme. Pleiades expanding. Beautiful. Wholeness. Wholeness. Beautiful. Let's talk about wholeness. Where is that book? This is good. I am whole, complete, and always changing. You are whole, complete, and always changing. We are whole, complete, and always changing. Life is created in wholeness, though it is always changing. Duality is part of the engine of change. It doesn't get, in my opinion, it doesn't get much more dual than this card, that deep polarity. All of these deal with duality, I would say, in their own way. Wholeness. Duality is part of the engine of change. All life seeks homeostasis, and balance is inherent to duality. Wholeness is a peaceful state of trusting your capability to change, as balance is always assured. It just requires that trust. The Pleiadians learn that as you reside in wholeness, your fears and imbalances find homeostasis, and your new resonance of empowerment progresses the evolution of life. When you know that you are safe to change, you reside in wholeness. I love that. Wholeness includes everything because it's whole. So it includes the you before you made the change, and it includes the you after you made the change, and it includes the changing you. This state of trust assists choosing actions that are beneficial beyond the moment. It keeps you open to the flow of new solution. Your wholeness is your ability to create an improved future, whether the moment is challenging or easy. It is all building improvement. This card is reminding you that you are innately whole and always changing. When you are not feeling peace, you are in a temporary state of imbalance. What was that? Patience is peace in action. You find your new balance as you change. You find your Adidas as you change. I think I've made that joke before. Allow the natural flow of life to support your improvement as you transform. Your empowerment creates easier change. The light language is supporting your healing and empowerment so you easily recognize your infinite and innate value. It is opening you to your capability to transform and create. Wholeness. All life flows toward improvement. Therefore, all experience is beneficial and supporting your healing. You are capable and supported by an unseen structure of life. Become aware of your eternal nature. Forgive easily so that you are free and whole within. I think this is a beautiful reading. It's touching on a lot of like subconscious, subtle things, but it also feels very blatant in its messaging. The themes of duality, polarity, balance, wholeness, false dichotomy. Unjoin? Okay. I don't know how to do that. Maybe you can delete. Do you have to go, Pebble? I will happily get you another time if you want. That's actually kind of perfect, though, because I'm very hungry and I have an interview in an hour. Bo? Bo. Getting a big bunch from it. Thank you. You're very welcome. Pebble, you're awesome. Goose, you're awesome. Gemini, you're awesome. We're in the same ship. Pebble, I think you're secretly an extraterrestrial. You're not getting off that easy. You're not getting away scot-free. Please eat well, all eaters right now. What a cool reading for Goose. Thank you everyone who was here today. Thank you everyone who redeemed something, everyone who tipped and donated. We had some bits. Thank you so much, Chris Mack. Thank you so much, Juan. Thank you so much, Zequid. Oh my God. We had a few new follows. Thank you to you all. Lots of blessings. That's awesome. Squeaky resubbed. Thank you so much. 40 months. Oh my God. 41 months, excuse me. We had Hype Train. That was awesome. So kind of everyone. Chris Mack, of course. Shelby resubscribed at the top of the stream. That was rad. Wow. I'm very grateful for all of you. Thank you all so much. This is a great joy of mine to be able to do this because I think it facilitates really like healthy conversations and stuff. And it helps me on my weird path of whatever I'm supposed to be doing while I'm here on planet Earth. I think the things I just got to remember are to not force anything on anybody. Try to let go of a need to control. And I think we get a little bit better at that every time I stream. So thank you all very much. Put these cards away. So hungry, you guys. Oh my God. Oops. There we go. Put these cards away. Who is streaming right now? Anybody? Has anyone ever streamed before? Whoa. I like to try to get these like level, but it's tough. I don't want to mess them up. Very cool. Okay. Thanks for being here, King Europe. I appreciate that you enjoy them. You were streaming in 2008? StarCraft? Cool. 2008. Now that probably was still StarCraft 1, I'm guessing. Because I don't think StarCraft 2 came out until 2010. Lots of people, lots of people. Lots of people are streaming.